Wow, that was a slow fucking delay into the bumper.
Look at John dropping all the Bitcoin on the real fancy intros and shit.
That was done by Brandon Britt. My I don't know what to call him.
I didn't even see it. Did it have Bitcoin in it?
No, it didn't.
I was gonna say, wait. I heard was Brian say Bitcoin. I was like, hey, now,
hey, fuck
Swifty
Bitcoin.
said
We're not promoting none of this fake currency bullshit.
Doge coins. That's the new thing. The Doge coins. You got to start investing in Doge coins, man.
No, it ain't going nowhere. Don't do that.
Is that the one that Musk was pushing? Which one was he pushing?
Yeah, and now he's pushing everyone to sell it. Don't do it. It's not.
Yeah. No, this is not a show that you would use our advice.
We do not give any financial advice. We are idiots.
Buy, sell, buy, sell.
That's why I hire a financial guy to do all my stuff. So.
Yeah, my guy sits at the front of the supermarket, and I ask him, "What's hot today? What's hot today?" And he'll tell me. He'll start throwing out initials to letters, and I'll just.
So I'll just ask for the number. He just betting on the number.
If you think about it, we're all too late. Why
don't you just make him your day
trader? By the time we hear about it, it was too late. Yes.
Yeah, me and Bruce and Tim. We should have jumped on Microsoft back in the '80s, but we didn't.
Bought Amazon,
Google.
Dude, my dad has the craziest Google story. My dad invested in Google because my mom told him to, and then. But a guy came out, I don't know who it was, some big guy came out and it was right when they were getting started, and he talked it down like it was bad. Then the stock dropped. And my dad was like, he had a family. He was like, I can't afford to lose everything. Yeah. So he got out. And then the actual numbers came in like a couple months later, and it just took off. And he would have made like a ton of money, but it was like he couldn't afford to lose all the money he had in there because he had a family to take care of. So he's like, "Oh, okay, whatever. Like I'll just pull it out."
Well, like Mondera, right? I had bought their stock a couple of years ago because they had a different drug going through. The third tier testing and stuff, and it was penny stock, So I bought like 300 shares of it. I didn't let it run for about a year, and then. Whatever the drug trial didn't really come to be, so the stock just kind of tanked, didn't do much. So I finally, sold it for, I don't know, a few dollars more than I made, bought it for. Little owned it. Now what it is.
Yeah, it's over like $100 now, right?
Yeah. I think I bought it for $4.50 a share or something like that when I first had it.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
Gotta love it.
Yeah. I was the dummy. I was like, okay, do I invest this 10 grand in the stock market I had extra, or do I buy a car with it? And I bought a car. Now,
but see, here's his luck, right? Because he won a fucking car at the fucking casino.
Well, yeah.
So you could have invested.
That was many years later.
Hilarious. Damn.
Hey, Susan's with us.
We got Fred.
She's Fred. Yeah, no, she's in Facebook jail, so she had to go to her new account.
What?
Facebook jail?
Susan,
why are you in jail now?
What do you do now?
She's always in trouble with Facebook.
Why? For what?
Memes, mostly memes, right, Susan? I think it's memes. They get you with memes, I think.
Memes about what? Does she do like political stuff?
No, not political stuff.
Those aren't the ones that normally get you kicked off Facebook.
No.
No, I can show you the ones that get you kicked off Facebook. I don't post them, but my friends do, and they're in jail all the fucking time.
But see, that's the thing. That's the thing that pisses me off, though, because usually 9 out of 10 times it's a friend of yours turning you in, and I think that's the bullshit part. It's just like you're my friend.
That's the thing. If your account's private,
it's her mouth. It was her mouth.
No, it's her mouth.
If your account's private and only the people you're friends with can see, then it has to be one of your friends turning you in.
Yeah, it's bullshit. When a friend turns you in, that's just
because I mean, it really just scrolls on your friends' pages when you're saying stuff. Yeah. Unless you click on somebody's comment and go off on that, and then maybe
that's probably what it is.
That might do it too. So
I've had people try to like recently, obviously, a bunch of people, they were trying to say they were going to call my job and try to get me fired and shit.
What? They were going to cancel you?
Yeah, they were trying to. Well, he was like, oh, your job's going to, he was like, said something like on Monday, the company I work for, he's like, oh, they're going to want to talk to you.
30 days for weirdo. That's pretty.
And I was like, yeah, I was like the greatest. And a bunch of people came to my defense. Like, it was crazy. Like, I got like, it was, I don't know. So I didn't know how Facebook works because I don't really do that much. But my comment started getting so many likes that it went to the top of the comments, and it's because it was the most relevant. So then everybody started commenting on it, and within like 30 minutes, it had like over 500 or 600 likes, and a ton of comments, and a bunch of people were defending me. A couple people were just calling me a racist and shit. And then I was like, it's okay, guys. What he doesn't realize is I own the company, so I'm not going to fire myself. It's okay.
Yeah.
And then everybody was like liking it and shit. It was funny. But yeah, no, they tried to say they were gonna. So now I took it off. I took the company off because I was like,
you got 30 days.
30 days for a weirdo, huh?
Fuck,
that's
man.
pretty extreme, isn't it?
Wait, for using the word weirdo?
Weirdo?
I called my friend.
You can't even say like I'm gonna go outside and beat my laundry on the clothesline, and their fucking algorithms will fucking throw you in jail for like a week.
Yeah,
because for bullying or violence.
For bullying, for
talking about a blanket.
It's a robot sensor.
Well, Tim knows now that he's admin of one of our pages how quickly any word can trigger a response from an admin.
But Chris sets up those. That's not Facebook. That's Chris.
I know, but those are basically our parameters. I'm sure Facebook's got a huge fucking list of words that are just like hello.
I hate the word. I hate the word sale now.
Yeah, you hate the word.
Sale is a trigger word because in our group, people aren't allowed to sell things amongst each other. So Chris set up a word trigger that if anybody types sale, we get a admin alert, a moderator alert.
Yeah,
all fucking day long. Sale, and they're not even talking about selling anything to each other. They're like, there's a sale on juice. Flagged. Hey,
everybody watching, we're going to start our conspiracy show as soon as
there we go.
As soon as we get
wait, everybody got their aluminum hats?
Yeah, as soon as we get I forgot my hat, damn it. I was making it too.
I was looking forward to that, John.
Aluminum underwear.
I put on that YouTube instructional video.
I know. Bruce had a video that showed you
a little chafy.
I was going to say aluminum underwear. That would be a lot worse for us than it would be for you.
Yeah, who was? Oh, was it Anita going to put the bra on? Who was putting the bra on?
The bra on, yeah. You could put Susan said you could put a bra on. I said it'll only work if it's one of those bras with the wire in it.
The wire in it, yeah.
The wire in it.
No, if you would have made a bra out of aluminum, that would have been funny as shit.
Like a fembot.
See, I was gonna wear a hat, but the thing is, though, I had to put it back on the TV where I got it from.
Oh,
because your wife was trying to watch TV.
Give it back.
Channel 31 wasn't coming in that clear.
Right.
God, hey, put the matchbox for the scramble between the two channels. You can see the porn, Brian.
Those days, those fucking days suck.
Or like hanging the antenna on like a metal hanger up somewhere.
Yeah, those days
Hell
suck.
Yeah. Kids will never know, dude. Young people will never understand what it's like to take the ears and try to like turn them to get channel 3 or 31 or 40 and like only have 5
they'll never know the squiggly line stations on the cable boxes.
No.
See, I never had cable boxes. I just had the turn dial on the TV, and it was a regular TV, but then they had the turn dial for UHF, VHF, and then so we had certain channels that we could like straight on the antennas for.
Yeah.
And then only certain ones would actually come in.
Well, UHF was always
we used to have the TVs that had the big backs on them.
Yeah, the UHF was the round one that was on the back.
Yep.
Yeah,
The VHF was the rabbit ears.
The rabbit ears.
Yeah.
But maybe you guys can answer because Tim's been around a long time and so has Bruce. But have you gotten to the point where you don't see me? We're all old, but have you gotten to the point where you can't see the difference anymore from the TV quality? I'm like at that point. They keep adding OLED and all this other stuff, and I'm just like I'm still seeing.
Well, John, that's lighting.
Yeah, I just don't see it. But I don't see it.
The problem is, John, my TV's 12 years old, so I wouldn't know.
Like the QLED and the OLED, John, that's all lighting. That's all different lighting.
It's all the pixel count.
Yeah, but I don't see it anymore. I don't see a difference anymore.
Well, the only time
if you put the two next to each other, you would be able to tell the difference.
Yeah.
The only time I ever saw a specific difference was when they finally went from like 60 hertz to 120 hertz, and you would go to like Best Buy and they would cut the TV in half, and one half was in 60 hertz and one was in 120, and movies looked unusual, because it would compensate digitally for all of the the ghosting and everything else, and it would make it look fast, not natural.
I think the jump to HD is probably the most significant jump.
That's
in my opinion.
To me, that's where it ended.
About 4K because it picks up every blemish on somebody's face and all that stuff, and they're all worried
everything
about.
Is even
why I'm not
4K,
a TV
though.
personality.
Yeah, well, the 120 hertz, that was only pretty much introduced for sports. That was added because sports needed that quicker refresh rate so people could see it better. It doesn't work good on movies. I don't think unless you're watching a movie that's moving really quick, like an action scene or something like that. But like if they're just standing there talking, you can't see the difference between 60 and 120. It looks stupid.
Well, the thing that it ruins is what the director originally was trying to portray in the movie.
Yeah.
But when all of a sudden it's all, it just looks unusual.
Yeah. What's first on that topic?
Well, we're gonna wait a few minutes here and let Bob and Cassandra jump in.
Bob, you're missing two.
Keeps throwing that R in there.
That's how I say. I use my Italian image.
Cassandra or Cassandra?
John, say washing machine.
Washing machine.
Yeah, okay,
washing
damn.
machine.
He doesn't say washing machine.
No, I don't say
my dad says washing machine.
George Washington.
I still say dollar. I don't
Dollar.
say
No,
dollar.
that's what's funny is my dad says Washington, but he says washer.
Washington.
He does. He throws the R and washer.
He says washing machine.
Washer.
Washer.
I still say dollar. I still say coffee. When I say coffee, I say coffee.
And that's soda or pop?
Did you live in New York City?
Philadelphia, South Philly.
Is that how they say coffee?
Coffee.
Legit like Boston? That's more like coffee. I'm gonna get a coffee.
Yeah, Boston coffee. Yeah.
Boston. I know. The Boston accent's
really. It's like they're always got nasal passage blocked.
It's like their nose is clogged.
You're gonna go park the car. You're gonna go park the car.
Yeah.
Park the car in the bar. Hey, look, a star.
It's the.
Oh God.
It's a star.
It's going in.
It's a star up there in the sky.
Look at that star. It's really far. Get your car. We got it.
We got
a cow.
What do you got there?
You're gonna get every fucking New Yorker pissed off at you, Tim.
Whatever. Fuck New York.
Fuck New York. Fuck Como.
Hey, are we still on YouTube or did they cut us off?
Yeah, we're back on YouTube now.
We're out of jail.
What happened?
Well, I was expecting us to get cut off when Tim started talking about different phrases, but we're still there, so we're good.
We love everybody.
I was obscure. I was vague.
We just don't like the state. We like everyone that lives there. We just don't like the state.
We don't like the state or the governor or the mayor.
It's still a fun place to visit. New York.
I've only been there once. I've been to Jersey a couple times, but only New York once. So.
Especially if you're single and in your mid-20s, New York's a good place to visit.
Well, that's never going to happen again.
Not for us. No.
Can't go back on that one.
Nope. Sorry. There's no way. There's no way back machine. That's all. It's all a conspiracy. Where's my hat?
The way.
Way back.
Bruce, you and I would need to way back.
Way back. Yeah. But almost the time the wheel and fire came.
I'm sorry, I got to add Jennifer to that too.
Fire.
Jennifer,
What?
you need to get on the way back machine with us.
We're talking about when the wheel came to be and they
The wheel.
Yeah, I remember
wheel.
those days. It sucked pushing a square.
Fucking flood Flintstone.
We lived the Flintstones, right, Johnny?
Yeah, I went to school with no shoes, uphill in the snow.
Can't you guys just see Bruce and John now, like in a stone-wheeled vehicle and getting a huge set of brontosaurus ribs, and then their car tipping over?
Yeah. Bronco burger. Yep.
Yeah, the Bronco burger.
The side of rib that tips the car over every time.
We can't shame the Flintstones like that, man. Come on.
Yeah, you can't shame them.
That was a classic cartoon, man.
Right?
That I know we grew up watching actually the reruns of that show.
Yes.
Because it was way before our time as children. Yep. So
there wasn't like a whole lot of cartoons when we were growing up. I mean, basically the Flintstones, Bugs Bunny and Roadrunner, the Warner Brother cartoons.
The Jetsons.
And man, that was pretty much it, wasn't it?
Yeah, I'm still waiting for my flying car.
Maybe somebody can Jetsons, confirm this story. I'll ask later. No. Well, I mean, maybe the older crowd may have heard this, but I had heard that Looney Tunes and like Bugs Bunny and Daffy Duck, all like that whole line of characters was originally intended for adults. That the comedy in it was adult aimed. I mean, obviously very vanilla in that era.
Funny thing is, kids, I don't remember ever going out and trying to do any of the stunts that were in that cartoon. But
I don't think translation.
You weren't trying to find the Acme package.
You didn't wait for somebody that could run really fast to just kind of like show up and land on a stick of dynamite and just see.
Or wait for the boulder to fall on me because I'm standing on the X mark.
Oh, he's good. He's still alive. He's good. He's just like the cartoon.
You didn't try to drop an Advil on somebody?
No.
Wow.
Or
the Flintstones started in
the black tunnel on the rock.
See, I was 68, so 8 years.
Okay, but how was it spelled?
And the Jetsons was 62.
62.
Yeah. Wow. So that's crazy. That both of those major shows started within 2 years.
So, Mike, without looking this up, how was the Flintstones spelled?
How is it spelled?
Yeah.
I would have. If I had to guess, I'd just probably spell it how it sounds. Just Flynn and then Stones.
Yes.
Yeah. You're wrong.
Brian was trying to dupe you. He was trying to test your IQ.
Oh, Flint. Right, yeah, because it's Flint.
It actually has
there's no T.
There's no I Googled it, so I know how it's spelled.
It's one of those things that everyone thinks it has one T and always has two T's.
Yeah, because doesn't Valentine's Day have an M in it? Jeez.
Well, because people say Flintstones, but is it technically pronounced Flintstones?
Flintstones.
It's supposed to be Flintstones.
It's silent. It's somewhat silent.
But people say
somewhat silent.
Everyone always said Flintstone.
It's optional. How about that?
It's optional.
It's an optional.
like everything else nowadays, right?
Yeah. Yeah, my mom was an English teacher for 40 years.
Yeah,
I lived my life under a red pen. It's all good.
Fuck yeah.
But also what Tim was saying about it, he was saying about it being targeted to older people. They did actually have them smoking cigarettes in their cartoons.
Well, yeah, like the first round was black and white, and then the color version.
The black and white ones actually were advertisements for cigarettes.
For cigarettes, yeah.
Yep.
But I mean, even like the humor. I mean, because what the kids just like to blow up, fall down, shoot them in the face. I mean, that excites them. Like we're a little bit more neural. So what I'm saying is like the comedy and the angle was more aimed at adults. That's what I had heard. Anyway.
Yeah. But. All right. Bob's running late. So Tim, pick a number 1 through 4.
2.
2 it is. Who killed JFK? I can't wait to hear. I can't wait to hear your guys' theories.
I'm a vapor. My opinion has changed over the years.
Right?
I think we've all heard different types of stories, but I'm going to go with Bruce first on this one because I'm sure he's heard some good stories. Who do you think?
I think it was the CIA and Lyndon Johnson.
You think it was Lyndon Johnson?
I think didn't like the way Kennedy was going with some of his political stuff. I think Cuba had a little hand in it too, but yeah, I think it was an inside job.
Yeah, what I remember too, and then I kind of did some research again today, and because I was trying to remember some of the things that I heard back in the days about Lyndon Johnson and stuff like that, and there was the other dude that was Alan Dudds or something, Dudes, I think it was his name. I can't remember his name. It was Alan something, but he was the guy that Kennedy fired, and then Lyndon Johnson appointed him as the Warren Commission, in charge of the Warren Commission, so he could kind of decide who was going to testify and all that stuff. And it was somebody that Kennedy had fired, and then he rehired him after the assassination and made him in charge of the whole investigation, which I thought was like, that's kind of oddball. You're going to hire the guy that Kennedy just fired to be in charge of his own assassination. I don't think he's going to have a lot of, he's not going to be too into trying to find out who really did it.
Yeah, and then the other thing is where there are two shooters, and because they say from the grassy knoll ballistically where his impact and hit was, and where he fell, the shot couldn't have come from there.
Yeah. Well,
I don't doubt those experts. I don't think they would make stuff up.
Yeah, well, they even said now that they have
not our government. They wouldn't lie to us.
They wouldn't lie to us.
They're fucking on the up and up, Bruce. They just
I know.
Fucking. I'm a Pinocchio compared to them.
Yeah. Well, I even just saw something new that they just posted, but someone took the video and actually slowed it down for sound effects, and you can hear 7 gunshots. 7 total gunshots.
Fuck.
So it's just like, okay,
Multiple people coming at him.
Yeah.
Well, it's all bullshit because of they found the slug over by the bridge, which was way off, and they said it was a ricochet, but it was way off, and then they have the whole magic bullet theory because it hit the guy in front of him too, who was sitting in front of him. Shot.
It was the attorney general.
The governor, somebody.
Governor or attorney general. I can't remember who it was. No, it was the governor.
They said it went through him, down, came out his knee, and then went into him, and then they actually found the slug on the gurney, supposedly, and the slug was in perfect shape still.
Perfect, yeah, perfect.
And it's come on, a slug hitting multiple bones is not going to be in perfect shape.
No, but if it goes through flesh and anything soft, it will still be intact.
No, but if it went,
but they said it went
to the body. It had to hit something to move around.
It had to hit,
and it went through both of them supposedly.
And in his hand, it went through Kennedy, through the car seat, through that guy, and then into his hand. So it went back out his body, and then hit his hand as well, because he's got gunshot on his hand too. I mean, how the fuck? That is the magic bullet.
That is one magic bullet.
That's one amazing fucking bullet. And not to have a scratch on that bullet or be deformed in any way, shape, or form, that's impossible. Bullshit. It's impossible. And you shoot guns. I mean, that's just too many things for it to go through. No way. Go ahead, Tim. Tim wants to get. He's got ready. Go.
No, I was saying this whole conversation. Because I'm not trying to tangent, but it just reminded me a lot of that video. Hit this motherfucker and then hit that. Have you seen that video on YouTube? Look at this. He hit this motherfucker, and then he hit this motherfucker, and then this motherfucker, and he goes. It's like 30 cars. Some drunk dude hit a bunch of cars, and the guy videotaped afterwards. It's good. It's good. Anyway, I don't know. The whole Kennedy thing. I was a newborn when all that happened. So, a lot of that stuff. We've just moved on in history. Just believing what we were told, which is, I think, relevant today. I'm just saying, but I don't know. I think like Bruce in this case. I think that the natural opinion has to shift a little bit based on evidence that was put out there. I don't know who did it, but I don't doubt it's an inside job.
Well, they didn't waste time killing the one that was supposedly
that's the oddest
shooter.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. That's what's
before
on. Like, why did Jack Ruby kill him?
Yeah, that was just, some people say he did it because he was angry of what happened, and I'm like, no, dude,
the whole backstory behind that too. So.
Yeah, I mean that guy, he doesn't take a prominent career. Now I know all the stuff about him after the fact, but up until that point, he was pretty well liked in that community as someone that with respect and stuff. He's not going to take that all away just to kill this guy. There's no way. And then you even, if you watch the video, you even hear him say, I was a patsy before he gets shot.
I think anyone who instills massive change in the shift in how because change is the only constant, but it's the one thing that everybody kind of doesn't like. So when someone comes along who's influential, who's could potentially change massive things, not by force, but just by personality or I mean, because Kennedy was unique, you know what I mean? He wasn't really like presidents of the past, and I think he was a game changer, and so he was a threat. Yeah. So why not take him out? We got to keep things the way that they are.
Yeah, because I think this is what I want to remember too. I have to.
Should I put my hat on now? Hold on.
Put your hat on.
Okay. Sorry.
Oh, because there's some.
I apologize. That's 2 times I failed with the hat.
It's Alan Dulles. How do you say that? Dulles. Yes, that was the guy, and
that's the airport in DC. Well, it's in Virginia.
So the airport's named after that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was the guy that was fired by Kennedy, and then there was something else I remember that they had some plans that they were trying to. That's it. The Northwood documents, a Freedom of Information Act. You can find that. I guess you can find it. This is act signed by Joint Chiefs of Staffs that were going to blow up a jetliner and blame it on the Cubans, and they were going to arm the Cuban friendlies and attack Guantanamo Bay. They were going to do all this and get us to go to war with Cuba, which was vetoed by Kennedy.
We would have destroyed Cuba.
I know. I mean,
we would have destroyed them.
It was Russia that was back in Cuba at the time.
Yeah, that's the problem. That's the only reason we didn't do it.
But they're not coming here. We can go there and just.
My dad got called up for that when they put everybody on alert because they had that Cuban stand down there.
Jen, what do you want to add to it, Jennifer? You remember any of this?
I'm listening and I'm just like observing.
She's like, look at all this. What's the word? What's the buzzword now? Look at this. Look at all this masculine what is it?
All that
male toxicity or whatever the fucking term is.
I wouldn't be Johnny if I didn't piss her off. But that's good. You're being a good woman, barefoot and pregnant in the kitchen and listening.
You got the red hair going.
Toxic masculinity. Sorry, I had my words reversed.
I can't see the hair color, Jen. What is it?
Wait. It's red.
No, isn't
I don't know, Jen.
Okay, so when I was little, I mean, I was born in 1973, so it was after the fact. But the gist of it and what I understand about the Kennedy assassination is, one, it was clearly probably an inside job. They didn't like what he was doing, and it needed to stop. And if you have enough power and you have enough money, you can make this shit happen. And nobody knows. So being that nobody knows, that was the president of the United States of America.
Yeah.
Someone shot him. Usually these people are found quite quickly. If it was not an inside job, that motherfucker or whoever it is would be in jail.
Yeah.
Well, I'm kind of curious to like Bruce, what was your parents' reaction?
I don't remember. I mean, I don't know what.
No, but do you remember your parents? Do you remember your parents talking?
I mean, everybody was shocked because, he was the Prince of Camelot, back then. Kennedy was the savior of the modern America and
exactly
all that stuff,
Exactly.
So it was, it's kind of like the king and queen of America were, Jackie and, John there, but, so I think everybody was, shocked. They thought it was new blood in the White House, and things were moving forward and big change. But again, the media wasn't as vocal back then as it is now, and they told the stories, manipulated. So we know how it is.
How about us, Susan? How are we looking? We looking fine?
We don't stand a chance. Just quiet right now.
But let me ask you though, Bruce.
It's the redheads,
Did your parents continue talking about it like in the 60s? I mean, in the 70s?
And that's not a conspiracy. 80s? I'm telling the truth.
Did it still come up in conversation with your parents? Like later on in life in the 60s and the 70s and the 80s, did they still talk about it at all?
Mine?
Yeah.
Oh, hell no. They got divorced when I was freaking 6th grade. They didn't talk about shit.
well, that's a good question though, John. That's a good question. As young kids, and this goes to everybody, as young kids, were politics like a thing in the household? I mean, I don't remember it ever being that. I mean, you'd have like the big epic moments on news, that it was history or something changed or whatever, but like we never talk politics in our house.
Well, you remember the TV turned off at 12 o'clock anyway. So.
That's right. And then I was at 3 o'clock in the morning, looking at the channel with the squiggly lines, just hoping to see a boob. That was
you're looking for porn. We didn't care who was president. We were just looking for porn.
No, it always had that end of transmission with that noise that it makes.
You think here's a good question, but maybe even Mike can answer this. What do you, if this would have happened today with everyone's cell phones and stuff? How much different do you think it would be today if that were to have the same situation, same place, same car, but today?
Oh, there'd be riots.
They'd still never figure it out. They'd still never figure it out. It would be covered up.
But there'd be like fucking 10,000 fucking videos of it, dude.
Of course, but I mean, take the Las Vegas shooting that happened a year or so ago.
Yeah,
there was all kinds of videos. Yeah, there was like all kinds of shit, and nobody knows a fucking thing. The guy is just a ghost. Yeah. We don't know shit about him, but he had 8 million guns and he killed 8 million people. We don't know anything.
You get them all in the hotel room, take a window out.
The problem is they know who he was. The problem with that guy was there was just they couldn't find a motive.
They couldn't find a motive for his. They still don't know why he did it. He just
don't know why he did it.
He really hated country music.
He was
not right.
He was just. I mean, he was a guy that had a lot of guns. I mean, there's a lot of guys that have way more guns than that. I know guys that have 10 times that amount of guns.
I mean, he was never in trouble, that guy. He wasn't even on the FBI's radar.
That's why it doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
do you hear me?
What doesn't make sense is why he would do it.
Was he a patsy? Was he set up? Was he the guy?
That's what I'm saying. If you watch videos, God damn it, where's my hat?
Where's my hat?
But my thing is if he is a patsy for what though? What was the point of doing that?
No one stepped up. No one stepped up for that.
What was the whole point of that whole thing?
Most of the time they do something dramatic, it's to take the attention away from something else.
Yeah,
exactly. And you don't know what else that. Yeah, but what else? What
was going on? Nothing was really going on in Vegas.
Because we
Trust
don't
me,
know.
I'm all for conspiracy
it could have been
theories,
going on, but the media got all caught up in this, and this didn't happen.
Yeah, but that's just being blatantly
gotta watch the hand.
You're just looking for
What's
something.
this one doing over here?
Do you think though, Mike? Do you think if John F. K's assassination happened today, with everybody's cell phones that they have today, that we wouldn't have caught something else different than we see that happen?
The hard part. We would have caught if there was somebody on like the grassy knoll. 1,000%.
Yeah.
But the problem with it could have still been possible if it was really him from the depository, because you got to think of. I mean, although they probably would have swept that building because of how thorough they are now. But
I like the statement too on there. There's the FBI in one of the reports says there's over 20,000. The 2 FBI agents that went and surveyed Dallas before the president got there wrote in their notes there are over 20,000 windows, so we're not going to watch them at all. So they didn't even have not one single person.
Because it's like, what's the point? Like, you can't.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like, that's what I'm saying. It's just like the same thing with the Vegas shooting. The reason it was so bad was because, one, people on the ground didn't know where it was coming from.
Yeah.
And people in the hotel, they heard it, but it was like, by the time they called somebody, and there was multiple like people were calling from like down the street saying they hear gunfire, so they didn't really know where to go, because people were thinking, oh, this is right here, but really it's not. It was down the street. They were getting calls to like other hotels and shit.
Yeah,
like,
raining
it
bullets,
just
so.
it was too easily accessible. People can just pick up a phone and call and be like, oh, I'm over here at this hotel and there's gunfire, like, because people are idiots.
Yeah. Do you think any of the 3 bullets that he fired actually hit the president?
Who fired?
Oh, I don't know. That's
Oswald. He fired 3
probably
bullets.
Yeah.
There was 3 shells.
I think it was him. I just think there was somebody else from shooting from a different angle. Also,
you think they used the opportunity to time what they wanted to do to try to mask it?
No, I'm just saying I don't think he was alone.
Wait, so you're saying that he shot 3 times, but then John just said earlier that there was 7 shots.
There were 7 total shots in that video. They slowed the video down. Right. You can hear 7 shots.
He shot three times.
But there was only 3 shells on the ground at the
yeah,
library.
But that doesn't mean he didn't pick some of them up.
But the gun he used only has like a 5 or 6 magazine max.
And they were still in there.
So if there was 7 shots, that means he would have had to change magazines out.
Yeah, he would have to.
Yeah, which is no way.
No, not in 6 seconds, because they're saying that all those shots that hit the president were all within 6 seconds.
And was it a bolt action? I don't remember. Was it a bolt action?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's an old Italian gun, I think.
Well, there was no way, though. You're not getting off that many shots in a bolt action in 6 seconds. It's not
at a moving target, no less.
At a moving.
But the shot can be made.
Yeah.
Yeah, they said that the shot is.
So people saying that shot can't be made is bullshit. That shot can be made.
Here you go, Tom. This is actually the gun that he used.
Yeah.
Oh,
it's a bolt action
guy. Go stats
yeah, there's no.
It's a 6.5 by 52 millimeter, and from the reports that were said that was 100, it's like 175 meters or 180 meters. Yeah. You would not even have to lead the target with that gun.
Yeah.
That's how accurate that thing was.
That's what I'm saying. The shot can be made for sure, especially if you were decently good at it.
But how quickly can you get off another round?
It's not possible.
I mean,
that's why they did the whole magic bullet
That's
theory.
the thing. You can get off another round, but how accurate are you going to be? And within and then
you
get 3 shots.
So John's saying
there's more than 1
shots. Right. So John's saying 3 shots, and you had to have 6 seconds. Less than 2 seconds in between each shot.
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
So you had to line up your shot every single time.
You can't do that with a bolt.
So 1, 2, that's a shot. 1, 2, it's a shot.
You can't.
The Earth is round.
Pick it up and rack it back in at the same in that quick.
Yeah. There's no way.
But the thing is it depends on how good you are at it, because.
He was certified as a marksman.
A marksman won't take his eye off the scope.
Yeah, as a Marine.
Yeah, but in that time frame, even if you're not looking, that's pretty quick.
No, there's no way he gets those. I mean,
it's
the
both.
first shot.
He doesn't get off. He gets off maybe 2 shots.
I mean, it doesn't discharge. He's literally got to pull the bolt back to discharge it. Right? He's got to put the bullet back in. He's got to take the bolt back.
Right. So Bruce
close it again.
Shooter.
Right. So Bruce, apparently Oswald was in the Marines.
Yeah,
he scored a rating of sharpshooter, achieving 48 and 49 out of 50 shots during a rapid fire at a stationary target at 200 yards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. He could get 2, maybe 3 shots off in that.
Hey,
they're even saying.
But fine, if they're gonna patsy somebody, they're gonna make sure they cover that base.
Yeah, they covered that.
It was the 1968 Assassin draft.
Some people say that they were the CIA was recruiting him all the way back from his military days.
Well, he supposedly he lived in Russia for a while and married a Russian gal. So
he married a Chinese lady. Yeah, I can't remember her name.
What did that have to do with it?
No, that goes all. She was Chinese, and
she was in bed with the Chinese. Biden. No, I'm joking.
No. He was at a goddamn. I have to use my. I got to go deep down in my memory here. Yeah, he was going to a club in Japan that was catering to like high end Japanese clients and military men, where he met that girl, who was basically working for Russia at the time, trying to get information from soldiers that would come in there. And the CIA had recruited him to go in there and give them bogus information. So he was already like affiliated with the CIA in some way.
Yeah.
And they recruited him, thinking he was doing some good for the country when really he wasn't, he wasn't doing it. He was just a patsy even back then.
That's why I said I still think the CIA and Johnson had a lot to do with Kennedy's time being up.
Yeah.
That's why all the shift shapers are targeted.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
a lot of them.
Yeah. Lyndon Johnson was a shady motherfucker to start. I mean, he didn't like where America was going. You got to remember, it was the revolution of the young people, or you want to, it was what was the term they used back in the 60s? Come on. One of you guys.
Malarkey. I don't know. I'm just going off what my dad said.
What the
love and peace. Yeah. See, your dad would be against it.
Peace and love.
Yeah, peace and love.
Peace,
a generation of people.
I'm just saying. Your
dad would say Malarkey because he probably didn't like what was coming. That teenage revolution that people wanted the freedom.
My parents didn't like it when I got my ear pierced.
There you go. See, like mine were the same way. They looked at rock and roll and all this stuff that was coming.
Yeah, we were going to hell.
We were going to all go to hell, and Lyndon Johnson came from that generation. Yeah.
I'm a fucking nerd. I got fucking LED lights on my wall.
Fucking nerd.
I fucked up their whole plan. That was my plan. Fuck up their plan. No. But can I make a parallel, but not on, because I'm not religious. I'm so not.
Don't get Jennifer started.
No, I'm
not religious either.
No, okay, cool. So then you'll understand the parallel. It'll kind of make sense, right? But I just kind of feel like when influential characters present themselves to the world, right? I mean, Kennedy or like a Nelson Mandela or anything, like someone on that level who's a shapeshifter, like is really getting ready to buck the trend. It's like Jesus Christ. It's like, you gotta minimize that. You gotta put him on a cross somehow and crucify him. Whether it's virtually or physically or whatever. I mean, just look at all the big people in this, that come along in our lifetimes, and they're always suppressed. They're always suppressed.
Yeah.
Go vapors.
We're
always suppressed.
I'm laughing at Mike's shirt.
I'm feeling the oppression right now. No, Jay.
Show us your shirt, Mike.
Martin Luther King, same thing.
Yeah.
It says Clintons. They can't suicide us all.
They can't suicide us all.
Yeah, there's another one.
We don't want to get into it.
But am I wrong? No one answered the question. A head shake. Jennifer, head shake.
I agree with you, Tim. Anyone that doesn't fit the norm.
I'm waiting for her to come dressed up like that character,
Yeah. Well, we don't want to get into blowjobs in the Oval Office because I'm sure Clinton was not the only one that ever got.
Because that'll never happen to you. That's the problem.
Every single fucking president has been blown in the Oval Office, or should be.
I'm willing to bet that every president has gotten laid in the Oval Office. That's got to be like every dude.
By their creepy old wives.
Okay, only
I don't know if they were their wives.
Only if you're assuming that they're sleeping with their wives.
Yeah.
Because you got to remember, most of these guys that are, look at the average age of our presidents.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of
they didn't have Viagra back then.
Well, we're voting for like 2 80-year-olds this year. Come on.
Okay. So, first of all,
Biden hasn't gotten any tail in like 20 years.
I guarantee you Biden's not getting laid in the White House. Go ahead, Jennifer.
Why not? His wife slob is not. What's wrong with you?
Because he's not even there. That would be elderly abuse. It would be rape.
No, they're both the same.
But he's not of some vine.
That's what she said.
Anyways, he wouldn't remember that he had
even put a sentence together.
Oh
Biden would break a hip. He'd break a hip, and then what's her name would have to take all the presidency.
Halfway through it, he'd be like, "Wait, who are you?"
Hey, Jen, what happens when she becomes president? How's that work?
Mike, he could say one-word sentences, right?
So, I'm sorry. If a female was president, how would it work to have sex in the Oval Office?
Yeah, she's not getting any head, is she?
Hey, you know what? My husband would have his face between my motherfucking legs in that chair. Who is your president? That is me. Now make me believe it.
Good gravy.
Hey, if she becomes president, I mean, she slept with somebody to get into politics.
No.
Yes, she did. Bullshit. The guy even admitted it.
It's a guy, so he's not going to say no for starters.
But
it's a dude.
Yeah, well, he's a guy, so.
He's a guy.
Hold on, stop. Everybody stop. When she talks, we have to stop talking because for some reason, her mic cuts off. So when she talks, we have to just let her talk because I can't hear shit that she says.
All right, go, Jen.
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. I'm just telling everybody to.
Yeah.
Oh.
So.
I'm just saying that it's really shitty to hear someone say that the reason a woman is in a particular position is because she slept to get there.
No, we don't. Not us.
Look, I'm not saying
she did a lot of things that were very honorable. She has an excellent education. She is a strong fucking woman. So you don't have to agree with what she does, but she's a strong, successful woman, and she is the vice president of the United States of America, which I am proud of.
Look,
because she is a woman and she's smart.
But you shouldn't be.
No,
you shouldn't be proud of her just because she's a woman.
No,
you should be proud of who she is as a person.
I'm proud of the fact
that's different for us, Mike. For a woman, yeah. A woman's going to be proud that she's a woman.
The problem is
tell me not to be proud about my vice president who is a woman.
Yeah.
No, my point is it's the same thing. It's the same thing. Like everybody was like with Obama. Everybody said, "Oh,
that's good."
Jesus.
Okay.
Everybody with Obama, everybody said, "Oh, it's changed. It's changed. That's why we voted for him."
Let's go to Brian.
Bullshit. He's another Democrat. It's the same thing. He wasn't no different than any other Democrat before him.
All right, hold on.
And her, I didn't say she slept to get to be vice president.
No, she didn't sleep to get to the top. No. Go ahead, Brian. Let Brian talk.
I
Brian
slept with everybody. I'm a
to
slut.
Get into it, which is true. The guy even said, what was he? The governor, right, John, or what was he? The mayor. He even said, yes, because we had a relationship, I gave her a better position than I put her in a position she shouldn't have had.
I'm opening.
He's even admitted it.
5. I'm opening beer number 5.
He said that because he was sleeping with her, that he favored her and put her in a better position.
Yeah.
Yes, he's admitted to it. Everybody knows this story. It's nothing new.
Okay, so
it's old news.
So
she still has the dress. You know that, right?
Okay, so just because he felt compelled to advance her,
this episode is sponsored by
her a hoe?
No, did I say that?
All right, hold on. Let's let Brian talk for a second. Brian,
go, Brian. You never talk.
That she got to be the vice president. I said to get into politics.
Let's see what Brian's got to say.
I have 2 things here.
Let's see what Brian's got to say.
Wait. Here's the analogy. Stats guy.
I have 2 things.
Fuck you, science.
Right?
Hold on. Brian's speaking. Hold on. Brian's going to speak. Hold on.
Has there ever been a point...
with the flux capacitor, carry the 2 changing its atomic isotoner into a radioactive spider. Fuck you, science.
Has there ever been a point to where a female has actually used her sexuality to get ahead and you started?
God.
Yes or no?
Sexuality?
Yeah. Yes.
You pulled out the dictionary.
You know what? It's a duplex thing. There's guys that have probably screwed their way to the top too.
Right,
I'm
but
just
of course, saying. I know, but what I'm saying is that women usually have a tendency to use their sexuality more than guys do.
Wait, hold on. Someone's paying attention right now. Go, Brian. Go.
That's
go,
Brian. Brian, that is a good question, Brian. Go ahead, Jennifer. Would you like to answer that, Jennifer?
See, I knew that. I knew that was coming.
I want to hear his explanation with regards to his question.
What do you mean my explanation? Like, women usually actually use their sexuality more to get ahead than guys do.
Okay.
That's more been proven.
The casting couch? Have you heard men?
Yes, I have. I know.
That's true. She's got you there, Brian.
Go through that.
She's got you there.
Women that I know, you know what? We had a choice to just fucking work hard and be acknowledged for our work than having men come at us and ask for a piece of it, because don't think that it hasn't happened to me.
I'm not saying that it's a constant thing.
No, women, if you use sexuality in any way, like for advertising, you're getting paid to do that. If you go and you use your sexuality because you know what you have and you know what you want and you're straight about it, ain't nothing wrong with that, because men do it, women do it, everybody.
Yeah. But everybody does it.
Right.
Powerful men dangle a woman's dreams and their fucking aspirations for whatever job it is, and they make them sleep with them to get it, and it has happened, and it still happens.
That's not what he asked, though, and that's not what he was implying, and that's not what he said.
Right.
Women don't do that. That's not what we do. We're not. I got tits and ass.
Okay, Jen, come on. See, that's the problem.
Well,
that's not what Brian said.
Right.
And two, you have to call a spade a spade. Yes, there are nasty men that make that you abuse their power. That? Yes. But don't sit there, and we can admit that as guys, that there are men that do that. There's a lot of men that do that.
Correct.
But do not sit there and say that women don't use their sexuality to get ahead. Not all women. Some women.
All women.
Just like some guys.
It's usually ones that have nothing between here and here.
Right, exactly.
That's the thing. It's just admitting that everybody's out there. It's not where he's not saying everyone.
Hey, Bruce, how you doing, Bruce?
He's saying women. Some women do.
So you're saying that
I don't look at Kamala Harris as a woman. I look at her as a person, right?
As a person.
As a person.
I can hear your remote. It's not breaking up. You can go.
I don't.
Jen?
I don't care
Jen.
where she stands.
She's like, I'm gonna throw this remote at some motherfucker in about 3 minutes.
That's different when you don't care for where someone stands. I mean, I don't personally myself. I don't look if it's a female or male. I look at where they stand.
Wait, what topic are we on at this point?
I don't know how we
know.
do it.
And that's what I'm saying. That was my whole thing, John.
Ground the conversation.
Yeah, let's get back.
Sleeping her way into politics.
Let's get back.
What's the next topic?
I didn't say that she slept her way into the vice presidency.
Right.
No.
I said she slept her way to get into politics.
Okay,
which,
so
if you look at it,
oh my goodness. Okay.
That's what she did.
Jesus, peace and love. Peace and love.
All right.
Those are two different things, though.
I love all y'all.
I didn't say that. No, she became the vice president because they used the fact that she was a woman and the color of her skin because they wanted to make sure they would get votes.
Leverage.
Okay, so it had nothing to do with her strength and with
her what?
Background.
Okay. Hold on.
Wait a minute. You know, there's one thing I would like to get out there. I would like to do a study on how many people actually really care.
Why didn't they pick Tulsi
Gabbard? Vice
Gabbard
is. I'm really curious.
Tulsi Gabbard.
What do you think it is?
Cleans the floor.
Hold on,
with Kamala Harris.
Hold on, Mike.
Tulsi Gabbard.
How many people do you really think
that voted?
Hold on, Mike. How many people do you think really care who the vice president is?
We do now because because Joe Biden's going to be gone.
No, you know what I think it is? I'll tell you what I think it is. It's like when you own a Volkswagen Bug and then you see a million of them, and then when you don't, you never see one. I'm just saying it's the optics are nothing. It's like no one really. I mean, it's because of the previous presidency that everyone has fucking eyeballs on this one because there's a lot of people who are angry and want revenge or justification or we got cheated or whatever. I mean, I'm just saying the optics on this president. I've never paid attention to fucking politics in my whole life until vaping came around, okay? Yeah. And I'm not even talking about what color people are, what fucking gender they are. All that shit is irrelevant at this point. I worry more about the government. What are they going to fucking do to change our fucking lives? As far as the criticism of administrations, that's going to be under mega optics right now because of social media and the amplification of it all in our faces and what the media tells us or what they don't tell us, and we're all twisted and we don't know what the fuck's going on, but we have to pick a fucking side, and then in the end,
that's exactly what Mike's talking about. That's exactly what
I know, but that's what I'm saying is that Mike has an opinion about. Or is it Kamala? However you fucking pronounce it, because people say it wrong, people say it right. It doesn't matter. What I'm saying to Mike is that I respect the fact that Mike has an opinion of what he feels about how Kamala got to where she is. It was early in the process. As far as Jennifer is concerned, I understand her point too, because I think that way. And what I'm saying is that we make it about something when we make it about something.
Right.
The rest of the time, it doesn't have to be about shit. It's a person. Yeah. They worked hard. They got there. They did what they did to get there. The rest of it's irrelevant.
Right. But exactly my point. That's what Mike's saying, though. It's like who she is and how she looks didn't matter until the last few years.
Yeah, like fucking Kavanaugh didn't do shit before he was fucking voted white, as a fucking Supreme Court judge.
Right. Well, if she was white, they would not have picked her.
Oh my God, that's nice.
Look, how can you not believe that? She did the worst out of all 20 Democrats. She did the worst. She got no vote.
But hold on, rebuttal. Jennifer's rebuttal.
But Jennifer, tell me I'm wrong. Nobody voted for her in the primaries.
Nobody.
Why did they?
But that's an opinion.
Oh my God.
Why did they pick her?
She is the fucking vice president of the United States.
Yeah, you can't do anything.
No, that's why. See, that's the point. Is I don't have a problem with her being the vice president. That's cool and all. But I'm just saying. But facts are facts.
Hold on, time out. Mike just threw out the. I'm cool and all.
Wait, let Jennifer talk.
The point. It's just,
she can't even get a word in edgewise.
Jen.
Hold on.
I do not agree with you.
That's fine.
On what? On what?
I don't agree with the fact that you're saying that the only reason she's vice president is because she's black.
Okay, you tell me why they picked her over every other candidate.
Because clearly more people fucking liked her.
Yeah.
No, John, stop. Yeah. Hold on. And what makes you say that?
Because more people fucking voted for her. Hello?
Nobody votes for her.
But when you go and you have the different types of debates and you go up, it's the response. Mm-hmm. People do respond to that. And she did very well. And the thing, she's done many things in the past that are very well. Joe Biden chose her out of multiple candidates.
So she didn't get voted in. She was chosen.
With all different races. Mm-hmm. He made sure to have a huge pool of candidates to pick from as a vice president. Mm-hmm. And interviewing each and every one of them, he chose her. Joe Biden is my president. He was my vice president when Obama was in the office. He
doesn't remember what he had for lunch.
And people can sit there and you know what? I do not disrespect anybody that you guys look up to.
Well, let's get out of politics.
No, John, no.
We'll let you finish. We'll let you finish
to the bottom of where we're at. So my whole point was, so you're saying people voted for her.
Excuse me, as a vice president, but the offering of the position was Joe Biden's doing.
I know, yeah, exactly. So what I'm saying is in the primaries, when they were all running against each other, right? In the Democratic primaries, they get votes.
Yes.
She didn't make it past the first round because she didn't get any, almost no votes. It was not even, she dropped out before even December of 2019 because she got no votes, and it happened when Tulsi Gabbard cleaned the floor with her during the debate.
Yeah,
that's what happened, and so nobody voted for her.
He speaks the truth,
and that's fine.
So people didn't. That meant people didn't like her. That's what.
Okay, but the thing is that there are going to be people who like someone, and there's going to be people who don't like them. Usually, if you don't like them, it's because their beliefs are contrary to yours, or their direction is different than yours. That's just normal. But the thing is that you have this woman, and she clearly has been in politics. She's got experience. She's got experience behind her. A strong woman, and yes, she may have lost some shit again, but as everybody knows, if you do not succeed at something, that doesn't mean that you quit. You keep going, and she continues. She's part of the Senate. She does other things too. I still believe that she is a good candidate as a vice president. I was excited when he mentioned that it would be her because of what she comes from, what she's been through, and what she does. She has experience in law enforcement. People talk shit about her, and that's fine. But she brings a lot of stuff to the plate, and I don't want to go there. I don't want to open up any more fucking cans of worms. Kamala Harris is our vice president. I appreciate the fact for more than one thing, and the things that I appreciate it for has nothing to do with the color of her skin. Yeah. It has to do with the things that she brings to the plate, and we're not going to agree on things because we're
not all going to agree on the same thing.
I'm a liberal. I'm not a hardcore left Democrat. I do believe in the owning of guns. I like different things because I'm a woman. I lean, and I'm a Democrat because I need rights too. But other than that, I understand on both sides. But I'm not going to sit here and not be proud of the fact that the first woman in the United States history is my vice president. And
that's
it's not
fine. Because of that. I respect that. I respect that.
Because when the first gay man or gay woman is fucking vice president or president, I'm going to be happy about that shit too. Because I'm celebrating the changes.
You know what we really need?
Point
we really need an Italian in there.
All I was saying was it shouldn't be about who they are. Is why they get elected.
What they do and what they
it shouldn't be about who they are as a person, not their color of their skin.
I said it before. It's about something when we make it about something.
Because it's like I said, like Tulsi Gabbard. She's a Democrat, but I love Tulsi Gabbard. I wish she would run as a Republican. Yeah. Because I think she's an independent. She's right in the middle, but she'll never win as a Democrat because they won't let her. The Democrats won't let her.
No, because Hillary already said she's a Russian asset.
Hillary called her a Russian spy as soon as she did what she did to Kamala. So I want her to run as a Republican, and I would want her to be. I want her to run as a Republican.
If everyone hasn't figured out politics by 2021,
I want.
You drink it too much.
There's a lot of women that I actually really like that I want to run. So it has nothing to do with. It's all about your values to me. I don't care if you're a woman.
I like women too, Mike. I like women.
Well, I love women.
I think everyone here is a pretty okay person.
I love women.
I'm okay.
Yeah, I love women. I love women.
Yeah. I like your name. Your name on StreamYard is awesome.
You saying that is just sounds wrong.
Do you get what that name is from though?
What name?
The cigarette smoking man.
I don't know because I think you're a little jealous of the Marlboro Man.
Marlboro Man?
You know what that's from, though.
I think you wish you had that opportunity, and now you're just bent, and you sit in a basement with LED lights.
Yeah, John, you
and host shows. That's what you do.
You know that is from the X-Files, guys. It's from the X-Files.
Dude, I didn't watch that show.
Yes.
What the fuck's the matter with you?
I never did either.
I didn't watch that show. So I guess I'm getting a rerun right now. Is this a rerun?
Honestly, that is a great show to get into today. It is for real. Great show. If you want,
I think our other guests watched half the show and they were like, "Fuck it, I'm not showing up, man. This is all fucked up. Everybody's angry.
I haven't seen it.
I'm trying to have a positive life. No.
What's the next topic?
X-Files was awesome.
Wait, hold on.
The next topic is not X-Files.
No. The next topic is not
extraterrestrial.
No, the next one.
You want to hear a dad joke? I'll tell you a dad joke. What has 2 arms, 2 legs, and 3 balls?
We're gonna start talking about
E.T. the extra testicle.
Extra testicle. I need my drum rolls, but I don't have the drum roll. Let's go. Apollo 11, fake or
Good
real?
Lord, Houston, we have a problem.
Hey, look at the flag waving in the wind.
Who wants to start? Who wants to go
Well, I guess we
first?
know where Bruce stands.
No.
This is like
I say good.
we
point.
never been to the fucking moon.
I mean, it's a catch.
Where's my hat?
Right? There's 8 big topics that they say about how it's fake. You know, one is the flag waving in the imaginary wind that isn't on the moon.
Yeah.
2 is the lack of stars in any of the pictures.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're in outer space. Where's the stars?
Yeah.
But in any picture, there's no stars.
Okay.
3, the shadows don't match. So if you look at the shadow of the lunar landing and you look at the shadow of the person, they're going different directions.
All right, I got you.
But the sun's in one spot, right?
I did.
4, what was the other one? Oh, supposedly the moon's surface is like talcum powder, right?
Yeah. So
you can see the footprints of the astronauts. But if the lunar landed with a rocket blast, you'd think that would have blown that talc all over the place. But they show the footprint of the lunar landing is just nice and neat. But you see
you're saying Buzz lied? Are you saying fucking Buzz lied?
Well, and here's the catch thing: is how do you get 400,000 people to lie about all this and blow the hood out of it, right?
It's called media.
That's kind of impossible
Facebook.
too. So there's a lot of.
It's called media. First thing, it's called media.
I remember when they took the Apollo to the moon.
Got a good point. You're talking about a lot of. You're talking to plan this whole thing out. It takes a lot of fucking people.
I bet Bruce doesn't even believe Sergeant Pepper.
Here's a question. Bruce, here's a question. Did you watch it land? Completely from start to finish, completely watch everything land.
Well, as much as TV showed it to you, but you know.
Okay, so you didn't see it. So you didn't see it land. You saw it after it landed, right?
You saw it after it landed, yeah. You didn't see the actual.
It up. They could have cleaned it up a little bit, for TV.
Yeah, but maybe it never happened on the fucking moon. Is what Bruce is saying.
But in space. If you hit something, it keeps going. It doesn't stop. It doesn't stop like the Earth's gravity. It keeps going no matter what, right?
Right.
So if it landed and it had the dust on there, and it landed with the dust, and it kicked the dust up, it would have kept going out of the picture until it took a picture, right? Yes or no?
Clear skies, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's a vacuum of space is what we're talking about right now, right?
Right.
Okay. So which means that there's no wind force.
Nope.
Right?
Yep.
How can a flag stand up if there's no wind force?
Or wave, little old.
Right, it can't. It just can't. So it had to be on wires or something like that, right? Had to stand up for something else because if you put a rig up, like gravity is like this, right?
Yeah.
So you had to have a wire like this, right? To hold it up,
here we go. Here's the demonstration of the flag on the moon.
Right.
Everyone pay attention.
Is Brian
you had to have something to hold it up.
Brian's just doing science.
Nuclear reaction with a flux capacitor. Carry the 2, changing its atomic isotoner into a radioactive spider. Fuck you, science.
Go ahead, Brian.
It's the same thing as on Earth. Like any force has equal and opposite reaction, right? Okay. So if there's no opposite reaction, where's it going to go? It's going to go the same direction, right? Okay. So
that's what I'm talking about.
Right,
fuck Buzz Aldrin.
Right. So like that person's actually saying, like if you punch somebody in space,
he was lying.
Right. If you punch somebody in space and go like this, your arm keeps going forward. That person would keep going that way, and it wouldn't stop because they had no reason to stop.
I would love to be able to do that just once and just look awesome for a second.
Well, it's like that golf ball hit that they hit on one of the other lunar ones. That thing went for miles. They said,
Yep. You just hit it off, and it just keeps going.
What I don't
it's not going to lose inertia.
You remember the computer they used to land to do the whole thing. Computers back then, they're all punch cards and stuff. We got more of a computer in our cell phones now than they had in that freaking Apollo thing to land that thing.
Our
that's
cell
how
phones
it's really simple to me. The fact that the moon is 240,000 miles away from the Earth.
Science.
And since then, I think they say the furthest we've gone away from the moon, like humans, since then, is like a couple hundred miles. Or some shit like that.
Yeah,
so we went 240,000 miles and landed on the moon, and when was that? The 60s?
69.
It's because
you're telling me since then we've gone no further than like 300 or 400 miles away from the Earth?
Right.
Well,
Mike,
with all of our technology?
Right. Mike, I have a question though. Mike, I have a question for you. Where are they going to go?
Yeah,
they can't go forever.
Back to the
They have
moon?
limited fuel. They have limited everything else, limited food, limited everything else, limited resources.
Space
So
is
where are they going to go?
Here's-
The further they go out, they have twice the distance to get back again.
Yeah.
You go out 100
Yeah,
miles,
Ain't nothing
another
coming
100 miles
back.
to get back.
This is
They
my
can only-
problem. This is
they can
my
only do
In
problem.
60 years, we wouldn't go back to the moon?
Hold on. This is my problem.
For what?
I don't feel
What do you mean
that.
for what?
Hold on. Sergeant Nichoff. Hold on.
I'm not talking, arguing. Give me a break.
The bigger
Here's my
one. Who's got the
problem.
bigger one?
Hold on.
That
Here's
shit
my
didn't work.
problem. Hold on. Here's my problem. There's no way that we could have gotten all the information we needed from the moon on that one trip. So I don't understand why we have never been back.
Here's a question, John.
We only did it to meet the
much.
Russians.
John, I have a question for you. What is all the information you needed?
Well, there's so much. The moon is so,
Like what?
involved. The moon is so involved on how the Earth functions day to day.
Okay, well then, Brian, then why do we spend millions of dollars on NASA?
You know why we haven't back yet?
Super important. Two things that are super important to our universe: the sun.
I don't even think Brian believes we went to the moon.
The sun and the moon. Those are the two most important fucking planets in our solar system to us. And you're telling me it only took one trip to go to the moon to figure out all we needed to know about the moon?
Well, no, John, you don't.
Can you study something without being on it? Yes or no?
Israel brought it back out because they said the aliens actually have a lunar base
on the
moon.
On the dark side.
I love this show.
This is the reason we haven't gone back is because we've already got people there with the aliens.
Why haven't we gone to the dark side of the fucking moon?
Because
they got fucking cookies, motherfuckers.
They're waiting
that's
for
where ET's going to be.
Before they introduce
ET's not going to be in the light,
right? Yeah.
Jennifer, would you like to? Jennifer,
You heard all this.
It's Jennifer. Please.
Jennifer.
Yes. How can
Tell them about the alien base, Jen.
Would you have sex with an alien, Jennifer?
It depends on how big his penis was.
Well, there you go.
Damn it.
There you go. I'm gonna post that shit on Facebook. I learned last night that women will have sex with aliens depending on the size of their penis.
And it can't be forked or have teeth or anything like that.
No, we're talking about a member, a single thing, nothing extra.
No, I'm talking
not the
like
tentacles or nothing like that, or the four tentacles.
Two mushrooms.
Yeah, thank you, Bruce. Thank you, Bruce.
Okay, if an alien male being or it may not even be male, they may not go by that. If it has,
I was gonna say, why does it have to be male?
I just want everyone to know I subscribe to Alien Hub.
If it's not made, we need to do it.
Thank you.
Okay.
It's dark web. It's dark web.
Hey, I got a new
space shuttle. You can land a space shuttle.
Jen and ET make a porno.
Oh God.
Oh God.
If it had something that was
dude, we don't want ET to make a porn. We don't want ET to make a porn because if phone home becomes like the new buzzword, I'm out. I'm out.
Can you imagine the memes?
Oh yeah.
God damn.
Hey, technically, we already got aliens on Earth. They're already living among us.
We're already aliens. We have
aliens. They're already here. They're living among us. They're just waiting.
We're aliens anyway. I think.
Yeah.
This is all just a simulation. Be an alien. We're just playing along.
I think
this is all just a simulation.
Aliens introduced. That's why.
I'm just a sleeper cell waiting.
I'm waiting.
Oh my God.
Okay, we already talked about this, but there is Bruce has talked about it, but there is a big chunk. There's a big chunk of our existence that is missing, right? And to me, it's either in two places. It's either in the bottom of the ocean, or it's in the Antarctic, and that is melting. So who knows what they find there? And I think that's either those two places where we're going to find that missing link.
What do you mean?
Because there's a big gap from where we became.
Gap?
There's bones that are missing. They can't find these bones. How did we get to this point? How did we go from fucking hunter-gatherer?
You could simplify the whole process. It was a rib.
There's a missing link between who we are and monkeys are.
Yeah, there's a big gap, and I think that's where it's either in the bottom.
Oh, you mean
of
the gap that we can't explain why that all of a sudden we were evolving from monkeys and then now we stopped evolving? You mean we can't explain it?
Yeah, that
and
one.
The only way to explain it is there have to be missing.
Fucking dolphins. They're smart.
That's what it is.
John says it's in Antarctica that's melting, or it's in the bottom of the ocean.
I ain't sticking my hole in that. I ain't sticking my dick in that porthole.
We came from monkeys or whatever, apes or whatever, but we can't explain why we stopped evolving and we're just humans now. So the only explanation is there's something missing in the middle. How we lose our tails.
You got Mars as a dead planet, but was it at one time a life planet, and were we Mars?
What'd you say, Jen?
I think some people are actually still born with tails.
Well, we do. We all have a coccyx bone, which is technically our tail. Whether it extended out as an additional bone, that may have gone somewhere else. But
I've tried
some monkeys have tails.
I've tried hanging
the same.
It don't work.
And the thing is that also if you look at different people, you'll see see different things.
The tails just.
What are you saying? Some people are really furry.
No, I'm saying is that have you ever noticed a person, they have like a little hole right above their ear? It's a hole, and it's something that they're born with actually. And they figured out that's
a hole.
There's a if people.
I've never seen that.
I have. It's usually in people who.
Is it small or large?
No, it's a really small little pinhole, is what it is.
And like I've seen it on some family members that are Filipino, and it's more prominent. But they say that's the remnant of when humans
of a gill.
Gills.
Mm-hmm.
And
really?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I just thought it meant they got pierced at Spencer's while they were still in the womb.
It's actually a remnant of a gill that apparently that we used to have.
Yeah, I didn't. Okay. I know my ancestors didn't sleep with fish.
It's like stigma.
I don't know.
Is that what you're saying?
It's just one of those things.
It's just it's an evolution thing.
Yes.
I think the anaconda. No, I think they will find
snakes on a plane. Here we go.
Yeah, here we go.
I do think that they're going to find something when that the ice does melt. I believe there's something. Ark? I think there was a civilization.
Bro, there's shit buried under all. Because no one wants to get that cold to go dig it up.
Yeah, because
nobody wants to get that cold.
Well, no, you're talking about night.
Listen, coming from the guy who lives in North Dakota.
Yeah, you're talking about ice.
We're used to it.
Come on. Probably 13, 14 stories deep. I mean, there's something down there that is about our
but the deeper you go, the better of a house you can make.
Yeah, I do believe or it's in the middle of the ocean somewhere. But I do believe there's something that doesn't add up. There's a lot of things that don't add up, Mike. We didn't.
It all depends on who you talk to. That's the thing about it. It's just wake up.
Look, you can go back. I'm a Catholic, but you can go back to
shit,
grains.
It just got religious.
You can go back to grains. There was no cereal grains available for us to eat. Why did we go from meat to cereal grains? That cereal grain was tested. It was nowhere ever to be existent on Earth ever, dude. All of a sudden, we have this grain that we're eating. That grain just mysteriously just showed up.
John, I have a question for you. Have you ever been like out on a stranded island and like try to figure out like what you can or can't eat?
Yeah. What's that?
Are you trying to say that we weren't carnivorous? That we were herbivores?
I'm saying I'm kind of believing in.
Are you calling me fat?
We all used to be on the keto diet.
I'm not going to say I believe it, but I kind of get the theory that we were designed by alien creatures to be slave labor for their purposes. Really? I can kind of understand
it.
Here we
go.
Really?
Because you can kind of look back at the way things were back then to where we were, how our existence.
I think he's watching too much Stargate.
This is
John, I don't.
Stuff.
I love you.
I don't know which way. Damn it! That fucking way.
Stuff
changed. Jen, hold on. Let's hear what Jen has to say.
Wait, Jen. Yeah, this is gonna. Go.
Our evolution.
Wait, and he can't stop. Just
hold on. Wait, let me finish, and then I'll let Jennifer talk. Our evolution took long periods of time, but there's this part in our evolution that we just extended so rapidly that it makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. Mike, that's what I'm saying. Do I believe we're from aliens? Maybe not, but I'm just saying there's a gap in our evolution that we
Stop
excelled
smoking
so
that peyote,
quickly.
brother.
We excelled so quickly that it doesn't make any sense. There, from hunters gatherers to where we went from hunter gatherers to all of a sudden we're building fucking monuments and churches and fucking all this other stuff. It just doesn't make any sense. No, yeah, well, somebody had to give us that knowledge.
Maybe
That's
there were
what
just
I'm saying.
prodigies
Mayans,
all over
they
the
got
place.
You got the Mayans, they got wiped off
Wait,
the earth.
we got off
Yeah,
topic.
No, this is a conspiracy too. This is a huge conspiracy. Go
Okay.
ahead,
Yeah, Jen.
Go ahead,
All right.
Jen.
So, how did apes and the process of it turn into us? Okay. I don't know if you've ever heard of something called the Anunnaki or the Sumerians.
I know who the Sumerians are.
They're,
Yeah.
but in their own text, it indicates, because what we're doing right now, it may be new to us with the science and the splicing of
I have a question.
and the creation.
Hey, Brian, shut your fucking fire hole and let Jennifer finish. Hold on, Jennifer. I thought I'd never say shut the fuck up, Brian. But that's a first.
Wow. Yeah. Rude.
Ahead, Jen.
So you have this race who clearly at the time was superior from the tablets, the information, the hieroglyphics, and even what they were speaking of. In their words, they were talking about splicing humanoids with animals, giving them heads from different animals, all different things, and it actually being creations. These weren't stories; these were stories. And they were on the tablets, and we have that they pre-exist Christianity, they pre-exist Catholicism. This is, I do believe that the Sumerian language was the first language that was identified.
Yeah. First civilization.
Exactly. And their beliefs are not even close to anything that represents Christianity or anything that is that type of doctrine. They were something like, they were like super space fucking scientists that was doing all kinds of weird shit. And they did create a slave race. It even says that in their fucking tablets, that they created these humanoids to be a slave race because they wanted the gold. Gold is valuable with electronics. It's valuable in machines. It is a precious fucking metal. And they needed people to get that for them. And when they talk about the different stories, the manna coming from the sky, they had to feed these motherfuckers. If you're going to create a race that's going to be your slaves that's doing this shit for you, you need to keep them alive, which means you need to feed them. So if you have this superior race that needs something like this, and they come to a planet that has life, and they're able to fuck with that life and create a whole fucking just huge amount of slaves to do their bidding, you think that there's not something out there that would actually do that? Because
we do it all the time.
We do it all the time.
We did it for fucking centuries.
So that's what I believe happened. That they were very advanced. They needed to do this shit. They got what they needed from us. People,
they just left.
They gave us knowledge. They gave us knowledge.
And the thing is that when you splice something and you start fucking with shit, you don't necessarily know how smart it's gonna get.
Tim dusted that bottle. We're in trouble.
We got bigger than
I can confirm. I have dachshunds. I know exactly what Jennifer is talking about.
Go ahead, Bruce.
They spliced German shepherds into really.
That's a fantastic. That's
a little people.
That's a scientific way of saying they.
Somebody
fucked.
go. Somebody go. Let's go back to Brian. Go ahead,
Hold
Brian.
on, Brian had a question.
Yeah. So at the very beginning, you said this is in their text. What text is this that you're talking about?
You can look it up. There's
no. I'm asking
Brian,
you.
Look it
I'm
up.
asking you.
It's on the internet. They're actually tablets.
Okay, who is they and what are they writing? Like, that's what I'm asking you.
Jennifer, never engage with Brian. Don't even start because you're.
Brian, who says that?
It's a lost cause. It's a
time out, Brian. If you're questioning the Sumerians and
He's
the
got it
text,
up on the internet.
you're so way off because that is been
I know about the
proven
Kama
by
Sutra. Does that
archaeologists
count?
that is proven by archaeologists
Yes.
that is actually the first civilization known to mankind that we know of right now to mankind.
Okay.
First
And how did they learn to speak
which is fine.
so-called
First
foreign
written
language?
word, first mathematics.
Okay, which is fine. I'm just asking her a few questions here.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Second, do you believe in the Bible? Yes or no?
Yes, she does.
We got 30 minutes.
I believe that people have.
This show goes 3 hours.
Right. I'm asking simple questions.
Excuse me. And let me. I'm going to explain myself because I know the history of how it was put together by the panel of Constantine.
Okay.
And I know
It's a yes or no question.
Brian, don't interrupt.
Yeah,
stop.
finish,
Let her
Brian.
answer the fucking question.
You're so pushy, Brian. Go
God.
ahead, we apologize for Brian.
I'll come over there and I'll steal your emoji. Stop.
I do not believe that the Bible is the word of God. I will tell you that right now.
I don't know. I won't go that far.
I believe that the panel of Constantine was chosen, which had different religious men in it, to put together canons so that the Christians would stop slaughtering the pagans because they were killing the pagans left and right because they were not converting. So Constantine and the panel of religious men took from the canons of the Christian canons and helped create the fucking Bible. That is the history of it, so that the Christians would stop murdering and slaughtering the pagans because they did not believe as they did.
I occur.
Okay. So do you or do you not believe in the Bible? So I'll ask you yes or no.
On this show, I am an expert.
It's a yes or no question. Do you or do you not believe in the Bible?
I think that would mean no, Brian. From the context that you're saying, I think that would mean no.
I said that I do not believe that the Bible was written by God.
Yeah, I think that means no, Brian.
But wait a minute, though, Jennifer. Jennifer, I'm almost where you're at. I do believe that the Bible is the word of God, but I believe it's mixed with other religions. It's not just God's words. It's what the Christians thought they needed at the time to control people.
Exactly.
But I still believe it's the word of God. There are parts of that are the word of God, but I think others were taken from pagan religion and other religions, star people, whatever the fuck they called themselves back then. And I think they kind of pieced it all together and said, okay, this is going to work. This is going to control the people. We got this. This is fine, because they did take some things out. If you go back to the older testaments, there are some things that aren't in the New Testament, and there's a reason for that. And that was, to belittle women, of course. That was a big thing, back then. So
keep them in their place.
Yeah, keep them in their place. And I do think there are pieces of, because if you can't have, you think about it, back then, 4,000 years ago, the idea that there's so much similarity between all those different types of religions is amazing. I mean, because you're talking about, they couldn't get on a plane, they couldn't get on a phone, they didn't have the fucking internet. So to have China and a country in Iraq and Israel and all these other places have some sort of similarity is kind of weird. I mean,
the beads for Buddhists, the beads for Catholics.
That's what I'm saying. So I do believe that God or a supreme being, whatever.
Well, do you actually think that's that hard to believe? And that's that.
Yes.
I mean, to me, it's kind of like
traveling.
To me, it's travel. Hold on, listen to what I
say.
Listen to what I'm going to say, John. You ever played that game where you whisper something in someone's ear, and then it goes around? And then you see how it changes by the time it gets to the 10th person.
That's fine, but you're talking about tens.
You're telling me that can't happen in the world? Like people go and discover new area and stuff like that.
No, time
and then
out, Mike.
Slowly religions morph and stuff like that.
Mike, you're talking about tens of thousands of miles difference between these people with no internet, no cell phones, no nothing at all, and the similarities.
Yes, but people got there at some point.
No, they didn't. They didn't travel. They have proven that. Scientists have proven that the average person back then may have traveled.
Wait, we haven't even figured out where the fuck we came from, and now we're like, okay.
I came from the seed of my father.
I mean, that doesn't even make sense. Like, obviously, we discovered it, and so
impossible. It is impossible.
My birthday ends in BC.
They figured that the average person went no further than daylight.
All I gotta say is
from
the
daylight?
road
Because
to hell is paved with Ivy League degrees.
They knew back then if they didn't get back to their village before it got dark, they were fucking dead, Mike. They were dead. So
what the hell?
They didn't travel.
What show am I on?
They didn't travel that far.
How did I get here?
There weren't
I don't
wanderers.
know.
But you're talking about
John's talking about how we came from aliens. I mean, we went way left.
You're talking about someone from North America in Mexico having similar religion ideas than someone in fucking Iraq, dude. Come on, Mike.
John?
How did that happen?
Yeah.
Time travel?
That's not that hard to believe.
Okay.
Go ahead, Jennifer.
Wait.
At one time,
I'm about to drive to Mike's house and slap him.
It's not that hard to believe.
okay.
You know what? I just babysat 2 children last night. Can we stop?
Thank you. At one time,
It is the telephone game, yes, Mike.
God. No, you can't have a snack. Go away. Go.
oh my god,
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. There are tribes that couldn't get off their fucking island, dude. How the fuck they have the similar ideas?
they at one time in China, they did not know that people in Scotland. There are times where these different cultures they even look different.
Fuck you, Bob. Get on the show, you bastard. Sorry, Jennifer.
There's a time where Japanese people didn't know about Australians. Australian people didn't know about Native Americans. There was a time on this planet where people didn't know that there was anything else out there that fucking existed. You know
yes, exactly. But people have to go there, right? To discover it.
Brian's got his hand
People
up.
traveled there.
As time went by, yes.
So
Brandon's like, we're doomed.
John is saying it's so impossible that somebody traveled from one place on the earth that had a certain type of religion and belief and ideas and traveled to another place, and then he taught that those people taught that to those people, and then but it changed and it morphed. You're telling me that doesn't make sense?
Brian, can you Google what the average person could walk in a day, please?
Yes.
I mean, I don't.
My watch tells me
that people get traveled from certain places and teach things to people.
There's no way, Mike. There's no way. All right,
you're literally saying there's no way.
I will end your discussion. I'll end your argument by
moderator alert.
By one thing. Why didn't they find any fucking bones from anybody from Europe and North America?
Because they weren't here.
Here we go. Another hour gone. Another hour wasted on our life.
They weren't
what
there.
Is that? Oh my god, dude! I can't. This is such a simple thing. You're literally saying that nobody ever traveled fucking anywhere and taught anybody fucking anything.
But they did. But they didn't travel more than daylight. They made sure they were back wherever they were going before daylight ended because they knew that was the most.
So Columbus never traveled fucking nowhere.
They traveled, but not as far. You're talking about 10,000. Dude, China, fucking Iraq. Here's Iraq. Here's the fucking U.S., dude. How the fuck did they get there? How?
I can't say it unless I laugh.
Are you serious?
In a canoe? A boat? A ship? A plane? How the fuck did they... Jennifer, go ahead. I'm sorry. All right, the host has got to pee, so I got to go pee.
For the crowd that's watching, we're in the Aztecan calendar at this point.
I got to go to the Aztec set. I got to pee right now. I'll be right back.
All right, Brian, you were trying to say something?
I have to pee.
Brian's now the host. So Brian's the host.
Yeah. So the reason why I asked the question about the Bible earlier and about what you discussed earlier is because everything, which is fine.
Jen's got to pee. She said it.
Is think about it well or not. My main thing is anything that's been said about the Bible or any other things that are written in different scriptures, cultures, religions, all that stuff. It's all about stories. All about stories that are written by somebody else. Now, so to me, it comes down to what stories do you believe or not believe.
Well, that just makes it impossible, Brian. Fuck,
exactly,
bro. They wrote a book, and you're saying it comes from another place, but it's like the media. Who do you believe? Fox or fucking CNN.
Like certain scientists don't agree with other scientists?
Well, back in
correct. Is that what you're saying?
200 years
Bruce is like, fuck this shit, bro.
They'll be arguing
Y'all
about
are just
this lifetime about who are you going to believe.
Bruce is trading stocks all over our asses. That's what's happening right now.
Well, that's kind of my point. Is all these things that are written all over everywhere? They're all stories about something. Whether you believe them or not, that's totally up to you, which is absolutely fine. I'm not disregarding what you believe. My main question is where they came from and how true are they. If we're going to compare apples to oranges, we need to discuss like what's actually true, what's actually not true, and figure out why or why not.
You know how you solve all that, Brian? I'll tell you how you solve it. Is you just get the fuck out. You just fucking cash in your chips. Or like, I'm not going to be religious, because it's way too fucking confusing. Because everyone's got their own perceptions of how everything evolved and what the theory of evolution is, and
different.
But I have a thought. Let me have my thought. My thought is that I think religion, in a way, was created to make people believe in a false god, and because like it's nothing we can see or touch or feel.
Did you know that you can create your own religion?
Hold on.
You can create your own religion.
We have to believe. And I think that, okay.
You can create your own religion. You can make up anything, like have people follow something and have it be called a religion.
Of course. It's that simple. And in the end, it's something to keep us in line.
Right, exactly.
Control.
Wait, hold on. Here comes Bruce. Bruce is he's back.
Control, just like what the media is doing now. It's control.
Right. Thank you, Bruce. What I'm saying is it keeps people in line. Look at all of religion in general. Like, a lot of us are fringe players, right? We're like, okay, well, we think there's something there, and we think there's something there, but we don't really, subscribe. We don't really subscribe. But there's all these religions that are fanatical, right? Like, I mean, Muslim aside, and Muslim is divided, right? There's good people, there's bad people. And there's good people and bad people in Christianity and Catholicism and Buddhism and all that other shit. But it's all about discipline. It's all about control.
Right.
So they're telling you, if you go against this, if you don't fully believe in this, you're fucking up.
Right.
So
but
stop.
Is it control or is it guidelines? Is it like, how are you trying to be a good person?
It's control, because I controlled you by making you follow a certain criteria. You got to live your life this way, and if you challenge you're doing wrong. You're sinning, Brian. You're sinning, Brian.
Okay, so let's say
hold on. I got one question for him, Brian. But
it's fair.
Going off of what you guys are saying, so you're saying it's control, but so my thing is it more like guidelines, but people use it to control?
I thought maybe
I don't. You know what? I don't think it's a conspiracy. I think it was something that was telephone operator down the line, like you said, Mike. Like you said, it starts this way. Oh, sorry, Jesus Christ! Everyone, relax. I just UFC'd my microphone for everyone. Anyway, but it's like what Mike said. It's like it's put out there and it hangs. It's like the carrot in front of you, and it's like, I know I have a divine goal or something, and I have to live a certain way. And then look around you. How many people break free of their proverbial chains? People either believe it hardcore or they don't believe it hardcore. And the people that believe it hardcore live a certain way because they're afraid if they deviate, there's issues. Wait, Brian's raising his hand.
I get what you're saying, but my point is, it's just, did people change it into control?
Right. It's the same concept of what Mike's saying. It's laws and regulations are still a form of control. If you don't abide by them, you get in trouble, correct? Yes or no?
No, I agree. We all have to abide by some rules or laws. Right, I'm just saying it's not a specific person. It was something that was passed down.
This is still passed down. Laws and regulations are still passed down.
No, they're not. They're fucking voted on. Hey, Brian, you can't pee in public. Don't pee behind that tree or you're going to jail. That's a fucking law, bro.
They're usually voted on for the better good of the people.
They're rules. Yes.
They're rules that
laws are
They're
laws.
rules.
Ideology
They're
is
rules.
something totally different.
Yeah.
That's something totally different. That's passed
Bob!
down.
Everybody
That's
say
Bob!
Bob.
Hey, Bob.
Bob in the house.
They're rules. They're the rules that we have to abide by in order to keep us like good people. Is
Yeah,
what it is.
Brian, like, don't put
Same
that
thing.
many icons next to your name. That's a new rule. That's a new fucking rule that you have to abide by. Like, one less icon.
Brandon's voting for a new rule, but we want to touch on Bob's thoughts on this one. And where's Cassandra? Where is she?
I've been talking to her. She's still out and about. Her meal's taking a lot longer than I thought it. So yeah.
All right.
All right.
Go ahead,
on.
Bob. Your
Carry on.
thoughts, Bob. Go ahead, hit us.
What's the
garlic
subject? How we
pasta.
all got here?
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Sure.
Is that the subject?
Sure.
Go, Bob.
All right. Well,
We'll start with you on that one.
Alfio Raymond said the Indians came across land masses between Russia and Alaska. He would be correct.
No, that is correct. I believe that. But they didn't come from Iraq to
Yeah, they did.
North America.
Yeah.
How long does
Civilization started.
that thing stay lit?
Civilization started in Iraq, and they all started migrating. They just
Yep,
kept
It's like a
migrating.
forever joint.
It started in the Middle East. Yep.
Okay.
Correct. Yep.
A lot of time.
Okay, it's a slow burner. All right, got it.
It is.
But you
I
can't
mean,
hide
you're
the
talking.
dates.
I mean,
I
you're talking
already
12,000
gummied my way
years ago
to success. It's all
that
good.
People started migrating.
Yes. But for what I'm saying is yes, they eventually started to migrate, but the time frames of the religious artifacts and the written word of religion and the buildings don't what's the proper word? They don't sync up. Coincide with what you're saying. Those things took place prior to that migration from continent to continent. Now, these people, like, why is there so much similarity between the Aztecs, the Mayans, and the Egyptians? How did they know to build those pyramids? Why did they build them that way? Something had to influence them into building those structures in that sort of way. There's too much similarity. And you can't tell me that someone from Egypt was in North America at that time, because it's not possible. There was no way. You see what I'm getting at?
Why couldn't
Is
they
it
have built
communication?
Egypt and then they migrated, and then
Cell phone?
those people kept with it.
No.
And that's, you know what I mean?
No, because those people.
So what do you believe happened, John? What I want to know what
I
you
do believe there's a God.
explain it.
I do believe there's a God. Don't
So
get me
explain
wrong.
it though.
I do believe there's a God. I do believe there's a supreme being. But someone had to influence those people to do those certain things and to write those certain things, because there's just too much similarity between religious beliefs, buildings, monuments, artwork.
Okay, so what are you saying? If you're trying to disprove what Bob is saying, what are you?
No, I'm not.
Saying?
No, I know what Bob's talking about. They came up through Alaska. That was at one time the North Pole. They were able to travel across that. I do believe that. But the time frame that we're talking about, that was prior to that. These buildings were older than that, and these beliefs were older than that. The written word was older than that. By the time they started traveling across that landmass, those things already took place. There were thousands of years before that. This is what I'm saying. So how did that happen? Why is there so much similarity between what happened in North America, what happened in Egypt, what happened in the fucking jungles of fucking, what do you call it? But there's just so much.
I don't have my Ivy League degree yet, so I can't explain it to
go
you.
get
But
it.
once I go and get it, once I go and get my Ivy League degree, I'll be able to explain all this.
On this show, I play a archaeologist.
I have a question though, John. John, I got a question. Do you explore? Do you have creativity?
I love Brian.
Only with myself.
You explore.
Because if you explore, then the same thing with other people do the same thing. They explore. They try to see what's out there, what's going on in other places.
I believe that, Brian.
They can keep going.
I believe that, but you're talking about mathematics that wasn't even existed yet. The ability to build things like that did not fucking exist. That's what I'm saying. That gap shouldn't be that. There's this huge fucking gap from where we were fucking running around hunting shit to fucking planning shit, dude.
What gap? At what point? What is this gap? When is this gap take place?
I don't
Between
know.
when?
Fuck, I don't know. I can't tell you because no one knows.
No. But you're saying there's a gap.
There's a huge fucking
saying
gap.
There's a gap. Then you're saying it's between when?
I don't know. 1 billion years ago? Fuck, I don't know. 100 million years ago?
Okay, well, that's people assuming that the Earth is 1 billion years old. Because there's scientists that have just as many degrees and all these years of experience. There's guys that would say it's 1 billion years old, and there's guys that would say it's 10,000 years old.
Yeah, if you're going to say 4,000, I'll slap you. I'll slap you.
It all depends on who you want to talk to.
I'll slap you if you say 4,000 because this Earth is way older than that. I'm sorry.
Because somebody with an Ivy League degree told you.
I'm saying, like I was saying, I think a lot of where we came from and how we evolved, I think is either under the ocean or in the Arctic. And I think someday when that stuff does melt, or someday we have the ability to find that stuff in the water, I think we will fill in those gaps. And I do believe that. And I do believe there was a God, a supreme being. Someone had to teach us these things. We didn't put it this way. Everybody says, okay, we started eating more proteins and rice and grains. That made us smarter. Okay. But still, dude, some of the mathematical applications that were done just for the pyramid alone shouldn't have been done by those people. It shouldn't have been done by the Aztecs because they don't have the knowledge. Because if you look at the stuff that they found prior to that, it makes no fucking sense. We didn't go from making fucking stone arrows and knives out of fucking rock to making these beautiful, huge monuments that have lasted thousands and thousands of fucking years, Bob. And we can't even build a building today that lasts a fucking 100.
Well, no. Okay, so going back to what you said earlier, you said we're smarter now because we eat more proteins and grains and rice. Well, if I'm not a moron, that's all they had to eat back then was protein, grains, and rice. Okay, they couldn't go down to get a chocolate bar because chocolate bars weren't invented yet. So all they had was proteins, grain, and rice.
Right. But that's what I'm saying.
They weren't intelligent enough.
Not that. I just find it hard to believe that we got that intelligent, that much more intelligent than we were from the times we were living in caves, drawing on fucking walls, dude.
It went from caveman.
Look. We got out of the caves and we started building houses. All right. So we went from probably straw houses to building wood houses to make them big. Like, all right. So how did the Great Wall of China get fucking built if everybody back then was a fucking moron?
No, that's what he's talking about.
That's what I'm talking about.
Cavemen to the Great Wall of China. Cavemen to the Great Wall of China. There's a gap.
There's a huge fucking gap. That's what I'm saying. It's missing. There is. I'm sure eventually someday we'll find it. And like I said, I bet it's either in the middle of the ocean somewhere or in the Antarctic.
I don't know. Atlantis.
Yeah,
but just saying the Egyptians weren't intelligent enough to build the pyramids doesn't. I don't think that's
science has proven they weren't intelligent enough to do that on their own. They have proven it, Mike. That's a dude. I mean, look at what I just said.
Dude, they weren't intelligent enough to do it.
We can't even build that same building today, dude. They did it. They even scientists will say that today. We couldn't even build that today.
The math of those.
Then how did it happen?
The math.
That's what I'm saying. Something took place. Somebody gave us that knowledge and that ability to do that. Now I don't know.
So you're saying something that happened wasn't possible enough to happen because somebody now says someone they weren't intelligent enough. Somebody that we don't know, like an alien or some being, gave them some knowledge because we can't do it now, but they did it then. And we now have to explain why these people were able to do it then, but we can't do it now. And the only way we can explain that is somebody had to have helped them.
Somebody had to show those people how to do that, Mike. Somebody had to. Someone had to show them how to do it. That's what I'm getting at. Now, I don't know.
They just weren't dummies.
Now, let me step back. I'm not saying it was aliens. It was some supreme being, something Something or someone had to show us how to do that. We didn't become that, dude. That shit lines up with fucking planets, Mike. Dude, fuck, dude. That shit, how did fuck? They didn't even know what all that shit was, dude.
John.
Yeah, go ahead.
You've got a point with using Orion's belt with that. Yes, I can agree with that. But back in that time, there were very astrological people that they like to actually make stuff. So, like, the pyramids aren't the only thing that actually lines up planets. There's other things around the world that do that too.
Aztec pyramids line up with a lot of shit.
Yeah, there's other things too besides that.
Oh my goodness!
Sound like some pretty intelligent people to me.
Yep, they use the planets. They use it, not planets, those are stars, by the way, not planets.
Again, somebody had to show them how to do that.
But are you saying that they never looked at the stars?
Did somebody show us how to make an electric car? Did somebody show us how to make an airplane?
Right. I can go outside and I can see Orion's belt outside my house.
And
you already show us how to make it to the moon?
Technology for it is what I'm saying. So
but you looked up, you didn't think, oh, there's Orion's belt.
It had a meaning at the time.
Figure out how to do that, but we figured out from when we made the first car, the Model T. What was it? 50 years from making, or whatever, 50 years from the Model T. 50 years later, we flew to the moon.
Well, Bruce doesn't think we went there.
Really?
So.
I mean, 60 years later, we flew to the moon. We went from barely making a car and getting off a horseback to 60 years later, we make it to the moon. But those people weren't intelligent enough to line some shit up with some stars.
Jennifer's got her hand up. Go ahead, Jennifer.
I mean, damn.
In some of these circumstances, what's really funny is that the advancement, like recently in history, the advancement of all of our technology and everything that's going on really happened shortly after, what was it, Roswell?
I'm not going that deep, Jennifer. But
after what?
It was around the time Roswell.
Don't put the headphones on the fucking dog, Tim. Oh, okay.
But right after that happened, technology went through the fucking roof. It went
She's
through
talking
the roof.
about Area 51 and us re-engineering alien technology.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
If you look up the timeline. Before that happened, everything just blew up.
When did that supposedly happen? When was that?
It was in 1941. It was in we can look it up. It was right after that shit happened.
Okay, well,
real.
I mean, that's a whole nother rabbit hole. But I'm just saying. Look at where we came from 1900 into 2000.
Well,
look at everything we've done,
Mike.
And you're saying that there has to be some crazy gap. You think people that were around in 1900?
You're going to go there. You're going to go from the Roman Empire to the fucking Middle Ages, bud. From fucking
John,
people.
You're literally talking about from the first time we made a car to flying in outer space, and you're telling me that's
a short period of time, isn't it? Compared to
hell yeah. And now, but you guys are talking about there has to be some 15 million year gap between walking around and making arrows out of stones and making pyramids. But we can go from riding a horse.
Look how stupid this fucking world got from fucking Roman Empire
riding a horse to
the
flying
Middle Ages, motherfucker. They were bathing in fucking bathtubs, living on fucking marble floors, to fucking living in huts.
Yeah.
Give me a fucking break. You're going to talk about a gap?
There's
dude, look at that gap, dude. You look at the Greek Empire, the Persians, the Romans, dude, living in castles, fucking having running water in their homes, dude, bathing, to the fucking Middle Ages and the plague. Dude, give me a fucking break. Do you want to talk about a gap? Look at that gap, dude. We went from fucking the most intelligent people in the world to fucking a bunch of fucking idiots in less than a fucking 100 years.
Question.
I feel like Bob has something he wants to say.
Go ahead, Bob.
Mike,
Bob, who killed JFK? Who killed JFK?
Mike. So with what you're saying, with people are saying like after Roswell we got all this technology. Well, after the pyramids we got even more technology too. So you can't just say one time frame actually like took care of everything else.
But they talked about back when the pyramids were made, they in the hieroglyphics, they were giants there. They talked about their gods, that they walked upon their gods.
Gods, not one god, gods.
That
No. Egyptians had a lot of gods.
That gods walked upon the human being.
So,
and they served those gods. All their hieroglyphics indicate
they had a goddess for brains. They had a goddess for fucking sun. They had a goddess for animals.
Yeah.
So they had rules and regulations to actually what they were doing.
Just because they depicted them doesn't mean they were like
rules and regulations.
Oh my God!
Yes, I am.
Their hieroglyphics usually was a representation of their lives.
Yep, and told them what to do and how to do it. Right?
This was like.
No, it's already proven that the Egyptians did not use slaves. So if you're going down that road that they were slaves that built the pyramids, that's been proven wrong. They were paid and highly fed and
the hieroglyphics is a story.
Tim, you're on mute.
Wait, hold on, Tim. You're muted. Tim, you're muted.
We can't hear you, Tim. Tim, we can't hear you.
You're on mute.
You're rock star.
You're still muted.
Yeah, I think John did it.
We have technoid in.
No, someone was calling my phone. No, what I'm saying, I agree with Jennifer.
It was all your
way back when it was a representation. It's all translated now, so it had to start somewhere.
No, it was a history.
Telling you how to grow your crops, telling you how to do this, telling you how to do that. Like that's.
Yeah, I mean, think about Adam. Adam and Eve. He only knew how to fuck her one way. It took knowledge to turn her over. Turn her this way, turn her that way. He didn't learn that all.
I'm sure he figured that out real quick.
It took time.
I'm sure after like
have you watched
the 10th or 12th time, he was like, "Hey, look, we got to switch this shit up."
He looked at the tigers
all right,
on
John,
the floor.
let's switch the subject. I'm done with this.
All right, let's go. Well, let's get Bob's thoughts on JFK.
Another beer,
man. Bob, your thoughts on JFK?
I had to go get more.
My thoughts on JFK. I think it was an inside job, and I think that he got killed because he wasn't the political figure that everybody wanted to be there. He wasn't, because if you look, he was polar opposites from his VP, Lyndon B. Johnson. Yes. He was a polar opposite.
Yep.
Okay, I think he was eliminated because his politics weren't the mainstream of what they needed at that time.
He was a pariah.
He won president because he was a good-looking young dude, and he looked better on TV because in 1960, when he debated Richard Nixon, Nixon sweated like a pig so bad he looked like he was lying the whole time, and Kennedy was a war hero in a fresh face.
Yeah.
So he's kind of more going against the grain.
Well, I think he represented the new generation. He represented that generation of peace and love and more.
So Bob, could you agree that he's going against the grain more than with the grain?
He was going against the grain.
He was, because he was preaching unity, real unity, and people wanted to buy in, so people were mad, and that's why he's dead. That's exactly why he's dead.
Now let me ask Bob the same, because Bob probably remembers. Your parents, did they talk about it a lot when it happened? Was it like something throughout the years?
I was 1 year old. I don't know.
No, but as you got older, was it still in conversation with your parents about that situation? No, wow.
No.
And your dad was military. Oh,
wow. Right. But he also was 4 tours of Vietnam, and he really didn't talk about war and shit like that when he got back.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Bruce, are you alive, Bruce?
I mean, it took him till he was in his 70s.
For something I can join in on.
I got to hear all the story.
You got to, yeah. What other topics did we talk about before Bob got here? Was it? I'm pretty happy.
Moonlanding. We don't want to go through the last 2 hours so far.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, let's just skip, John. Let's go to something new.
Well, let's get his moon landing. Let's get his moon landing theories.
Yeah, go, Bruce.
That's dusted.
I apologize for not being in on time.
That's all right.
But they had
two that was a pizza.
It's all about ketchup, Bruce. Go.
That was a pizza. Was Joe there?
Quiet. Bob's talking.
Bob
There was
has the
2
floor.
women at the table that I had
God
never met,
damn it.
so I had to lay the boogie down and see how far I could get.
Yeah, you son of a bitch. I should have went.
So it was aliens.
But I
Was
would have missed
Joe-
the show.
Did Joe make it?
Yeah, Joe's there.
Huh?
He called me. Yeah, Joe
Yeah,
called me.
it was Joe. Yeah, for the hiking
Yeah.
group.
The hiking
Yeah.
group. The hike.
But
The
they were
hike.
new faces, and I hadn't met him yet, so you know.
So,
Which girls from the hiking group?
hey, we're not talking about girls from the hiking. Okay.
I know a couple.
He doesn't know them. He doesn't remember their names. Look at Bob's. He's digging deep. If you ask Bob right now to name a fucking
No.
female
One of them
tennis
was
player from
Christina.
1980,
One of
he'd
them
nail
was
it.
Christina, because her and I talk a lot. And the other one works at Save Mart, and I have no idea what her name was.
Oh. All right, Bob. Your thoughts
But
on
they had 2 new
Moonlanding?
flavors on tap, so I had to. Hey, John, the pink lemonade was really good.
Oh, dude, I can't do the cider. I can't do cider. I didn't like it. I don't want anything to do with it. I'm done with cider.
Oh, good stuff. And the pizza
Good.
was good.
Brian
ahead.
knows. Brian knows.
Bob, your thoughts on the moon landing?
Oh, the
Real or
Moonlanding,
fake?
yeah, absolutely happened.
It happened. You think it happened? There's no fakey there. No Hollywood special effects. Nothing like
No.
that. But let me ask you the same question I asked them. Why haven't we gone back?
Because there's nothing else to achieve.
But yeah, the achievement part I
What's the point
get.
of going-
But like
That's
I
why we're
said,
going to Mars.
but wait a minute. I know.
What
that
about
we wanna go to
we just haven't?
Yeah, we have.
What about that?
But
It's
here's
really
my
simple.
point.
We just
Yeah.
haven't.
But here's my
They
point.
We don't
landed
have
3 or 4
to.
times and landed and
There's
walked
no
around.
way.
Nothing
There's
to
no
achieve
way.
there.
Yeah, but there's no way we could have learned everything we needed to know about the moon. in
And
that
we'll go
short period.
back another day. We just
When?
haven't
It's
right
been
now.
how many years? Think about that. How many years it's been?
Why does it have to be measured?
We need to go back.
Okay,
Go
we
to the
will
dark
one
side.
day. I agree.
back to the
Let's
dark
go
side.
back. But we haven't. We just
I think
haven't.
Reagan,
It's
at
simple.
first Reagan-
We just have like I have not peed in like 30 minutes. I just haven't.
But if so many people believe that we haven't gone, wouldn't it just be super simple to be like, well, we did it 60 years ago. We're a hell of a lot smarter now.
Because
a
we
lot
know
more
we can do it
technology.
anytime we
That's
want.
that's not true.
Well, yeah,
Why?
that's why we have. That's
No,
why we
you
have
can't
space
say
station
money,
stuff.
Adele. Adele, you can't
Don't say money. They spend way
We
too
will
much
find
money on
money.
that NASA
They
program.
will find money to do that.
Fucking Space Force motherfuckers.
It's all space stations now. Okay, it's Skylab and all this other stuff up there. Go, Brian.
But I'm just I don't know if it really happened, but I just think it's a little weird that we traveled 200 plus thousand miles to the moon, and since then we haven't been further than a couple hundred miles away from the Earth.
Yeah, you're right.
It just seems
agree.
weird to me.
I mean, we can
That-
go
that-
where
that's
we
all.
want
I don't know
when
if it
we
really
want.
happened or not.
We
but
just landed on Mars. Thank you. There
Yeah.
was
not
I mean,
humans.
No, something landed on Mars. I'm just saying
We
we
got
can,
there. That's what Tim's saying. We got there.
It's all Facebook, right? We can go where we want, when we want, how we want. We can go back to the moon without a person, the same as we did not go to fucking Mars with a fucking person. And now no one's offended because it was not a monkey. You know, everyone relax. No, it was a joke.
I want to go.
I'm just saying.
I don't know. That's
We
something I don't
can
know
do
if
what we
happens. I
want
don't really
without
give a shit
people.
if it
We can
happens.
fight war. We can fight wars without people. You got dudes
comment.
in a fucking building with joysticks, fucking fighting like a fucking video game.
Well, let
But
me ask
we can do
everybody
whatever we
here.
want.
Would you?
Your car can drive itself. I'm just saying.
Tim, settle down, Tim.
I have YouTube comments on there for you, John.
The bottom line is kicked in on Tim now. Let me ask everybody on this panel here: if you had an opportunity to go on a space shuttle and go to the moon, would you do it? Knowing what you know
hard pass.
prior.
Hell yeah, because I don't have a job and I'm ready to go.
There you go. Bruce, you get on that space shuttle?
Huh?
Would you get on that space shuttle to the moon?
To the moon or to Mars?
To the moon. Let's go moon.
Oh, why?
Why?
Fucking Bruce, why?
Bruce is like, fuck it. I just want to play 9 holes. I'm done.
Yeah. I mean, if they're going to go to Mars and it's a one-way trip, yeah, shit. My point of my
All
life.
right, let's make it Mars then. Let's make
All
it
right,
Mars.
Bob, would you go?
I did a
go,
one-way
Bob?
trip
Yes.
to Mars.
One-way
Yeah. I ain't coming back.
You're not coming back.
They're already saying the first people going to Mars it's a one-way ticket
because of the time frame.
Yeah,
the time.
Well,
frame.
yeah, I just heard Elon talking about it, and he said that's why it's so far away. The time and when we will actually be able to go to Mars is because how long it takes. Like, and if for some reason we can't get back, and they don't have enough food and stuff to sustain themselves,
a question? Because I'm not
die.
following. I'm not following what goes on. Why do they not take more people to the moon just for a chill? Like, hey, here's a fucking moon. Here's a crater. Here's a crater. But no, we got to worry about fucking Mars. Why are we like 10 steps ahead?
Isn't there some
they want
sort
to
of
go to Mars? But
but isn't there some sort of mathematics that says, like, if they were to send you to Mars, that by the time you came back, it'd be like 20 years later, or some sort of crazy math.
But Mars, why are we worried about Mars and not the fucking moon, which is like,
I think they're worried about
way
Mars.
closer?
I think they're worried about Mars because they actually saw water there, right? Isn't Mars one of the planets that has water?
But there's water on the moon on the dark side.
There's
ice. But hey,
ice.
You know,
the moon is
just ask Israel because the
moon is what?
The moon
alien
is
civilization on the moon, right? I mean, there's already an alien civilization. They're just waiting to expose themselves.
It's bullshit. The moon doesn't exist.
All I know is I don't want to go somewhere and come back and it's 20 fucking years later. That would suck balls.
Well, hey, John, if you didn't age, it would be great.
Because you'd be old.
You don't age.
You'd be like wicked old.
The math doesn't add up because when you get back, it's 20 years fucking later, but everybody's fucking dead. Who are you going to talk to, dude?
I know.
Yeah. Like, this show doesn't exist.
Okay, Jesus, dude, let's talk about something else. This is getting stupid.
No, but that's the truth. The way that the time changes during that travel period, by the time you get back, it's some crazy number, Mike. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, like on Jupiter, you're like 300 pounds. So everyone relax.
Okay. So, the time frame, if you're in outer space to come back, it's not significant enough within a year to make a huge difference. Yes, there's a difference, but it's within like a minute, and that's it. Like, that's all it is.
I thought it was more than that. I heard it was a lot more than that.
This is fucking deep.
Hold on. Bob wanted to say something. Bob.
Go ahead, Bob.
I love it.
Go, Missouri.
Listen, because I know that it took 7 months for the robot to get to Mars before it landed yesterday. 7 months. But they're trying to go farther because we need another sustainable planet because eventually the Earth will no longer be here.
That's right, because fucking
we'll be dead by then, way dead by then.
Throwing your fucking trash around.
Because the sun,
Bob's got a point.
The sun is a star, and it's going to go supernova. So, like in 100,000 years from now, no one's going to be on Earth anyway because the sun's going to grow, and eventually it'll suck up the first 4 planets.
Yeah, I don't give a shit. I won't be here.
All right, well, that just sounds ominous.
Bob, that's way too much.
So why am I voting for anything?
Mars is closer than we are, so we ought to go to other.
I mean, like 100,000 years, I'm dead. So
Time out, Bob. That was way too much fucking knowledge for this show, Bob. That was way too much knowledge for this show.
God.
I'm like, good luck.
Start making
my
Bob,
will
now.
You're talking sense and shit.
I'm still trying to figure out how to put a condom on in less than 30 seconds. You're talking about fucking 7 months and fucking all this other shit. I'm just trying to figure out how to put a condom on in pitch darkness, dude. I mean, shit. And you're talking about 7 months to the fucking.
That's the problem. Is you turn the lights off, you can't enjoy.
Let's put this. Okay, now look. Let's put this into perspective. All right. Let's tie all this shit together. If you think the aliens built the pyramids in Egypt, okay, how come they didn't teach us back then how to space travel faster than what we're doing now?
Because we're not advanced enough to comprehend all this stuff.
And number two.
We're still monkeys here on this planet compared to the other aliens, right?
And number 2, Bob, the aliens didn't
rode a bike.
The aliens didn't build it. We built it. They gave us the knowledge. They didn't build it. We built it. human.
Teach
the
a man
human
to
race-
Why
fish.
did they give us the knowledge of time travel?
Because
We're not
why
ready
would
for a
they?
lifetime.
Why would they?
Yeah.
Why would they do that?
Didn't you watch Star
Why
Trek?
wouldn't?
Got to keep your eyes on
I
both
love
ends
Star
on
Trek.
time
Bruce.
because they'll be the first
Yeah,
ones
chill.
to
I don't know
get
about you,
They
Bob,
get
but
that.
I
Watch
think
Star
building
Trek.
a big brick building a big thing out of some massive rocks is a lot cooler than going to space. I don't know about you, but
Yeah.
those pyramids are a lot cooler than riding in a spaceship.
I would say yeah.
They are.
They are cooler.
So
Those pyramids are way cooler than going to space, I think, because they've been around for fucking 3,000 years, dude.
That's why they wanted Trump out of office.
well,
because
you
he
don't
was
want to
gonna-
know what I think about the whole space program. I think the whole thing's a whole lot of hooey. I think we waste all of our money, a ton of money, on all this space bullshit when there's people dying all over the world that we could
Yeah,
help. But
I'm
we,
with
but
you
we
there.
spend our
we-
money on.
But
we
well,
spend
hold
millions
on,
and
hold
millions of
on,
dollars
hold
on
on,
going to
hold
Mars.
on.
Hold on, go
Should
ahead,
we
Tim.
not like think broadly? Like, let's take care of what's at home and think of the future. Why should we not do both?
The
Exactly.
biggest problem with our country is we worry about everybody else but ourselves.
Well, that's a fundamental problem.
But that's the title coming with being a
And that's
superpower.
just our history. What I'm saying is if you can take that away for a minute, Mike. No, he's right.
It is.
He's right. He's right. It was.
I know.
And that-
Where would we be without Velcro?
I
no,
use
and
it every day.
because when you're in space, you're weightless, so you got to be Velcro. It's like a fucking game. Anyway, my point is, why should we not? No, we should think both ways. Let's think about what we need to do retroactive, and think about the future at the same time. There's nothing wrong with that.
No.
You delegate. You're like, hey, bro, you're in charge of old shit.
Yeah. You're in charge of old shit.
The problem is we don't
take care of the
delegate.
new stuff.
Bob
You know.
is right, though. Bob is right. We do have there's part of us that are worried about a good part of us that are worried about what happens 100 years from now.
Okay, but have we not learned to this point that shit moves on?
Yeah,
like
it
it's
does.
not fucking punch cards anymore. It's
are
not
we-
clap on, clap off. We
But
can
you
say,
know
Alexa, turn on the fucking lights.
Be
Shit
careful.
happens.
Be careful, your Alexa's going to do shit, Tim.
No, she didn't care because she's submissive.
Oh,
I'm joking. I'm totally joking.
Jennifer.
But she knows the joke. It's all a joke.
She's
Jesus
submissive.
Christ.
Yeah,
Like,
kind of like the space program.
ban me for a week. I don't care. Fuck all y'all. No, I'm joking.
All right,
Go
all
ahead.
right.
No, go,
All right,
Jen.
let's go,
Go.
let's go.
I was playing anyway.
All right,
Oh my
here we
God.
go. Here we go. What really happened?
What
Oh,
happened?
fuck.
No, that should say what had happened was.
Let me say this first before I start. I told Brian I felt really dirty using that picture. I don't know why I felt like I shouldn't be using that picture, but I did.
Good
so
Lord.
I don't know. Just a little part of me felt like
I just want to
shouldn't
hear
do that.
Jen speak her mind. That's
Who
what I
wants
want
to
to
go
hear.
first? Who wants to go first?
No, it's
Jennifer?
Jen. Jen is first. What do you mean,
Okay.
who wants to go first?
Go
All
ahead,
right,
Jennifer.
Jen, what do you think?
I'm
about
going to take your
9/11?
brick wall and shove it up your ass. Anyway, go ahead.
Oh my God. Okay. So on the morning that happened, I was actually up in Flagstaff, Arizona when it came on the news. And that was surreal. And it was deafening. And shortly after it happened, I had the honor of going to New York City right after and saw the beacons of light and went to Grand Central Station and saw all of the missing people's faces and just it was horrible.
Yeah.
Rubble. It was and I the whole thing of like terrorists, and I understand where you're going. It's just
Did you, when you saw it the first time on TV, did your mind go exactly where the news media wanted it to go, or did you think there was other things that could have took place, or did you just go, "This is a terrorist act"?
at first I thought because somebody woke me up, turned on the TV. It looked like I was watching a movie. I was like, I was confused. What is going on? What is this? And then you see the plane fucking hit the building, and you just kind of like it just what the fuck's going on?
Yeah.
And it just went all insane. And then you saw the second it was on TV. So
yes,
whether
that is your damn mama.
What? Oh,
yeah.
If to me, when you saw something like that, if the government planted that in people's head, that's fucked up. But is that a possibility? Yes, anything's a possibility. But the thing is that day and everything that happened and the surrounding seeing shit, it was a lot.
Yeah.
And I believe that it was an attack on America, but I'm not quite sure by who.
By who?
Yeah, right. I agree.
Yeah.
I totally agree. I totally agree.
Yeah,
I think that something happened and we're not sure what happened.
Yeah.
We just have to believe what we're told.
Yeah, I was the same way, Jennifer. I was woken up to it because I work nights, and then Katrina woke me up, and she's like, "Oh, by the way, it's time to go to work." It wasn't like, "Oh, look what happened." It's like, "Hey, time to get up. You got to go to work." And I turned on the TV, and I was like, "What the fuck?" And the first thing I thought is, "Where's my kids?"
Yeah,
she's like, "Oh, they're at school." I go, "Why are they at school? They should be home. They should be at school right now."
It was scary. It was really scary.
It was scary to see that.
And to see
my thing is, one of the things I couldn't believe after watch again, it's been years since I watched that video again, the videos that were out there, but I still don't get. I don't know if it's just the New Yorker attitude, but just seeing so many people walking around when the first one happened, it's like, get the fuck out. Why?
Yeah,
why
but they didn't understand. It was like, what happened? It was a plane crashed into a building. That's rare. And then the second one comes, and then it's like, fuck, now shit's up.
Well, at the time, they didn't know it was a plane. They knew something happened.
Something happened.
And they're like, oh, probably like some sort of explosion. We're just going to keep going around our daily business until like something worse happens. And then something worse happens. They're like, oh, fuck, now it's too late to get up.
You think about how many people. I don't know the totals that were in the building. I know, we know the totals that were in the building, but I'm talking about the totals that were out on the street when it prior happened that died from, say, lung what do you call that? Where you can't
inhalation.
Yeah, but to me, it just seems like they just went about their day-to-day shit. I mean, I don't know if I would have been one of those people that saw that first initial thing happen, that I'm sticking around downtown New York.
Well, they didn't honestly think the buildings would collapse.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah. They didn't think
that just wasn't something that they thought was going to happen.
Let me ask you guys. You're a few blocks from that happening. Are you sticking around to see what's going on?
Uh-huh. Yeah, you have the whole sightseeing thing. You know, you're
I'm out.
That's how people are.
Yeah. I mean, it's the same thing as when you hear two cars crash at the end of the block. Are you going the other way, or are you going down to the end of the block to see what happened?
Yeah. Go ahead, Bob.
All right, look. Number one, they didn't know it was a terrorist attack. So you're thinking it was a single event. This plane crashed. We don't know why.
Yeah.
So you're not thinking terrorist attack. You're thinking, what the fuck? You know, did the pilot have a heart attack or something? Why did the pilot fly into a building? The last thing on your mind is a terrorist attack until you probably see the second plane, and then you hear about the one that hit the Pentagon. But at first, you have no idea it's a terror attack.
No.
You think it's a pilot error.
But you think about
time in the country, terrorist attack wasn't a word.
No, it wasn't. Yeah,
it wasn't. It really wasn't a word that we dealt with every day.
But how many hours? How long did it take? That's the thing, though. But even after the second plane hit, you're still talking about an hour or so before that all comes tumbling down. There's still people walking around after the second one. That's what kind of blows me away. It's just like, why are you still downtown New York? Dude, come on. You just saw two planes hit a fucking building. You're going to stick around?
That shows how desensitized some of the people were.
I'm gone, Bob. I'm sorry. The first one's scaring me, but if I know a second one is hitting,
but where's your time?
You can see.
You have no time.
Yeah, you can
You're
see.
done,
people.
bro. You're cooked.
So,
You're
hey,
fucking
John, you
engine
live
fuel.
in New York. Most people don't have cars; they take cabs.
Well, they're
then
walking.
The roads
You
are
walk
jammed
the
and
other way.
packed
We're
and all that
always
stuff.
taught to walk the other way.
Direction. You leave.
You walk the other direction.
Everyone's interjecting.
We're all
It's
taught
like
to walk the other direction.
you weren't gonna survive. You're either jumping out a window or
You
burning alive. What the
You
fuck?
have literally people.
The
You
people
have
that were in
people.
the streets.
You have people, literally people, watching the second plane on video, going to the building and still standing
Of
there,
course.
looking at this
Outside, watching.
outside. And I'm like, why are you standing there watching this?
Oh.
You just saw the second one hit the fucking
Bail on one.
I'm bailing on one. I'm telling you right now, I'm bailing on
Exactly.
one. Two,
Fuck.
I'm already in number two, I'm already in New Jersey.
Like,
Before the second
yeah,
one.
I don't need to watch anymore.
Yeah.
I already know my life is in peril. I'm done. I'm out.
That's what I
Dude,
don't
I know
get.
what it's like not to have coffee. And then these
yeah.
people are like, oh, like, let another fucking plane hit a building.
You know, that's the thing.
Fucking
And
no
then-
coffee.
and
No
then you-
coffee.
You
Do you
watch the
understand? No, I'm
Yeah, hold
joking.
on, Tim. But then you watch the videos. Then I watch the videos when the building starts to come down. Now you have complete total chaos.
Well, that was the anomaly, though,
That's
right?
when you see
Because
the people
no
standing
one was
on
like,
each
"Oh,
other.
those buildings they'll never collapse."
Yeah, well,
They
then that's the first clue. Then that means like, well, maybe the second one is. Well, the second one's coming down too.
Yeah, yeah. But that's the scary thing is that you still have videos because I watched all those videos today, and it didn't dawn on me back then. But then as I'm watching these videos, I'm going, why are all these people still standing around?
Yeah.
And
Well,
then
that's
you
our
see
nature, though. We want
our
to see what
nature.
happens.
People's nature. That's some
Yeah.
people's
Well,
nature.
you also got to remember that.
I mean,
a
that's
lot of those
why do you
people-
think I'm here every week?
A lot of those people were people that were
No,
getting out
no
of
other reason.
out
What
of
the
that
fuck's
building.
gonna happen? Go.
That building held a lot of people.
Yeah, it did help a lot of people.
So
That's
there's
what
a lot of people coming out of that building. It
But
still
think
got
about
out
how
of
many of
that
those
building.
people that were outside that died and that shouldn't have died because they should have done what they've been taught since they were little kids. We were all taught to fucking go the other direction.
That's the catch-22, right?
Yeah, that's the
I mean,
But I mean, yeah, like what you say. I mean, they're in shock. They're just.
You're in shock. But
Yeah.
then you watch the chaos videos after.
all right. So I have a mega question. Why would they do that in general? Like why would even if it was America, why let
Brian,
it happen?
go ahead,
For what
Brian.
reason? Let Brian go. Go, Brian.
So with people exploring around, like still around that area, they're in between the factor of, do I stay or do I help? Like that's their mindset at that point. Like, what can I do to like help or not help?
Yeah, there was
And
a
they're
lot
trying
of
to figure out-
injured people coming
yeah,
out.
But that's not
And-
my question.
Right, but so trying to figure out what they can or cannot do. And once the first building fell and once the second building fell, they're like, shit, I'm screwed. I need to run. And by that time, it was already too late.
It's chaos.
Yeah,
That's what it came down to.
But why? Why did it happen in the first place? That's my question.
Why
Not-
did the buildings fall down, or why did the planes go?
No,
in the
like
building?
why would we?
Why
just-
would the U.S. government? be
Why?
involved?
Why would the U.S. government train wreck capitalism and accounting
Okay,
and the stock market?
Okay, that's
I mean,
not what
'cause
I
it-
asked.
no.
That's not what I asked. I asked two questions.
Wait, he's fucking playing reverse psychology
No,
bullshit,
no,
and that's
I
not gonna
asked-
fly with me.
No,
I
I
asked
asked
the
the
question
questions.
first.
Hold on. Go ahead, Bob. Bob's got one finger up. I don't know if
Go,
he's just
Bob.
saying U.S.
What
is
do you want
number
me to
one.
address first? Why it happened?
Yes.
Why it happened is
I
Is
asked that
ego?
question too.
okay. Why, in my opinion, why it happened is ego. All right. So, in the 1980s, we actually backed. What the fuck was his name? Osama bin Laden. Okay,
Osama bin
we
Laden.
backed him against the Russians when the Russians invaded Afghanistan. So after that was over, when Bill Clinton was in charge, I mean, his foreign policy sucked. Although the pilots who wrecked the planes trained in the U.S. to get their pilot's license when Bill Clinton was in office.
Right.
And I think that bin Laden's ego told him that, well, we could take out anybody we wanted to. And Bill Clinton's policies at the time his foreign policies didn't bode well with what bin Laden wanted for Afghanistan and the Muslim nation. So it was basically ego. It was basically Osama bin Laden saying, look, I can do whatever the fuck I want, when I want, how I want. And the problem is he pushed it and got his ass kicked. But I think it was all ego. Look at Napoleon. Napoleon's ego let him lose in Waterloo because he never thought he was ever going to lose.
Yeah, but
he could do what he wanted.
Here's my counter on that. Bin Laden never, ever said he was involved in that, and that's not normal. The first thing that anytime he's never said it ever. He was on TV 4 times after that had happened, and he's never said it. And he even said it on one of the I don't know if it was Dutch TV or whatever it was, but he said he was not involved in that one bit at all. And that's most of the time it's within minutes or hours that a group takes credit for what had took place. It doesn't take them long. They want that. You want to talk about ego. That's the biggest ego you can have, is saying, I did this to the U.S. I did it.
If you follow the money trail, okay, if you follow the money trail through his dealings with Saudi Arabia and stuff, the money trail came back to him. And he's not. No one's ever going to say, well, this is what I did, because they knew that they'd get a major ass whooping. Okay, look at Japan. Japan was the poster child of "Don't fuck with us, we'll take you out" in World War II. It might take us a while, but we're going to win.
There's
and look, as soon as that happened, what did we do? We went in and bombed the shit out of Afghanistan.
Yeah, but we did.
We bombed the shit out of it.
We went after Iraq first.
No, we went after Afghanistan too, though, because that's where Osama bin Laden was hiding.
Yeah, because I think we went after Afghanistan only in a certain area because that's where we thought he was. We had information that's where we thought he was.
They bombed first because they bombed a lot before they sent troops in.
Right. Well, my thing is, it just, to me, I mean, I'm not going to pretend like I'm in Osama bin Laden's head, but he's one of those guys like Hitler, Julius Caesar, that want to be remembered in time and history, 100 years from now, and saying I did what happened in New York would be something that he would be remembered for, or wanting to be remembered for, because of his beliefs, his Muslim beliefs, and all that. But for him not to ever, I just find it odd, a man with his ego not saying, I did this. This is me. This is me planning it.
That would be a hero status in particular.
Just to be remembered for a history. I mean, that moment, that day will always be remembered, whether it's 100 years from now, 200 years from now, 300 years from now, and people like bin Laden want to be remembered. And that would be something he would choose. He would rather choose to be remembered to doing that than what he did to the U.S. embassies in Lebanon and Africa, right? Wouldn't you say?
Well, yeah.
Go ahead, Brian.
Go ahead, Brian.
Well, with the way their status is and how they run, they don't actually take credibility for actually what a lot of stuff that they did. They don't say that we did this. They mainly say that we didn't do that. They don't say that they didn't do that. They say that they don't say that they did that either. But the thing is, though, like the crew that was in there was with Taliban, was with Al Qaeda and all that stuff, and with their agenda for us is what it's about. It's not like the claiming of this; it's the trail of that. Is, if that makes sense.
I have a question. If you had an enemy and you wanted to get rid of that enemy, you think that you would play fair?
No.
So I think that somebody had an enemy and they wanted to get rid of that enemy, and they could possibly made things happen to do that.
Well, could it be oil?
Sure.
Could it be oil in Iraq? Could it be oil in Iraq? Could it?
Maybe.
Nah, because Saudi Arabia is more oil than Iraq is.
Yeah, but Yeah, but remember where that oil in Iraq was going, Bob. Where was that oil? Who was Iraq selling oil to? Not us. No.
Yeah, but
somebody else.
But I the
Russia.
whole thing started
Russia
was because
getting all their oil from Iraq.
after they beat Russia and Russia left Afghanistan, we cut off funds to Osama bin Laden because we were funding him during the Russian war.
But
I think
Bob,
part of it he was pissed.
We cut funding to bin Laden, but how much money did we find?
Oh my goodness! So
Dude, there was
if you want to get rid of somebody,
piles. He had piles of fucking U.S. money, piles of it in his mansion. We could cut off funding to Iraq for fucking 30 years. He'd still have money to fund that country.
Mm-hmm.
Just what he was getting, just what he had in the palace, and what he was getting daily from Russia.
But wasn't it? That's not the first time that they tried to take down one of the towers. Didn't they? Wasn't there bombs placed in the basement?
They bombed the garages.
The garage.
They bombed in. That was during Clinton's administration, right?
And that was
or was that Bush?
Timothy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was Ayatollah, right? It was Ayatollah Khomeini. That was his plan, wasn't it?
Yeah.
No, I think that was part of bin Laden too.
No,
it was car bombs detonated by Arab Islamists.
Yeah.
In the parking garages, Tower 1 of the World Trade Center in New York City, the 1,500 pound urea nitrate fuel oil device killed 6 and injured over 1,000 people.
Yeah.
It was intended to devastate the foundation of the North Tower, causing it to collapse.
I thought
it wasn't the first time that they tried to go after the towers.
Correct.
Wasn't that? I thought that was Ayatollah. Was that his name? Ayatollah Khomeini? Was that the leader of? Yeah, I think
Ayatollah Khomeini.
Reagan pretty much squashed him when Reagan got in office.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah. But I think that was his move.
Didn't a lot of people kind of criticize Clinton for not going after? Was it Clinton or was it Bush Senior? Did both of them actually get criticized for not going after Osama?
It was in 93.
Clinton.
Yeah. Okay. So February 93 is when that car bomb happened.
So was that what year did Clinton take over? 92?
92.
92.
Yep. So it was Clinton. Yep.
Yeah.
So
and I thought I
Clinton
remember
didn't go after them after that.
That people wanted to, and Clinton said no.
No, I think they were pissed in 90. I think they were pissed in 93 because Bush Senior did Desert Storm in 91.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, mommy.
Hi, baby. I'm gonna go to bed because I have to be up at 5:45.
Yeah, she has to go to work.
5:45. Get up early.
5:45 a.m. But I'm going to sleep.
Yeah, go to bed. Go do your womanly thing and go to bed.
Have a good evening, gentlemen. Always.
Nighty night.
Night night.
Brian, what happened? What happened to your friend?
What happened?
So serious?
What happened to Brian's lady gal?
Where's Cassandra? Where's Cassandra?
She's still out and about.
She's
not able to make it in. I've been talking to her most of the night, actually.
Let me throw out some of the conspiracies, and you guys can either give me like whatever. But who believes that there were actual bombs set in the building?
In the buildings? I don't.
To go off.
No,
I don't.
No,
you don't believe that? Let's see if I can find them.
No.
I did.
Nope.
I did do some pictures.
People are saying that there are because like how like the steel was and all that stuff, but you can't predict how buildings collapse. You can't predict how things destruct themselves. They are just how they are.
Ways like
anomalies.
The building. What is it? Building 7 or Tower 7? I think is what it's called.
Yeah, I'm just talking the two tall ones, not the adjacent one.
The thing is there's people that have said that it wouldn't fall the way it fell, but then again, it's like we don't necessarily know what would happen,
right?
If you like melt the steel at that level and then drop that much weight,
right? So the only way we can know is like take the exact same plane and crash into the exact same buildings over and over again to see exactly how they fall, so we'd actually know.
Yeah, I mean,
we're gonna know that.
Do I think it's weird the way they fell? It does seem a little weird that it would crumble underneath itself all the way down.
all the way down.
That seems a little weird to me. But
yeah, but
like
I mean, if you take internal heat on a structure, very dead
I understand
center,
that, Brian, but you're talking about so many floors up that heat isn't going to transfer all the way to the bottom.
Correct, but I mean, you don't know how what would happen exactly internally. Nobody knows. All we know is that a plane with jet fuel flew into a building, a lot of explosive at the top, and maybe it drained, a lot of the fuel drained down and heated up and could have collapsed on itself. Nobody really knows exactly what happens. All we can figure out is physics. That's it.
I think they say the weight is what brought it down because it wasn't the heat.
Sure.
It wasn't the heat that melted it all the way 100 and some floors down. The weight from the top floors landing or coming down on the bottom ones. But to me, it still seems weird that it would do it all the way down. But then again, like I said, it's never happened before, so there's no way to know how it would happen.
This is what they're talking about.
That thing literally crumbled on
images. They have images. I got a bunch of slide shots, but they have images where you see 3 or 4 floors down, the explosion first, and then the coming down, which is odd. Mm-hmm. It is odd to see that because that shouldn't be happening. You shouldn't be getting this burst like they're showing here, 3 to 4 floors before it's collapsed. That shouldn't happen.
Yeah, but then again, you don't know if there's going to be doctored.
What's that, Bob?
When that plane hit that building, you know how many natural gas lines were cut?
Oh yeah.
So we got all that natural gas floating around. Of course, 3 floors down is gonna ignite.
Was there natural gas
all that jet fuel on fire and all the gas lines?
But was there natural gas running through that building?
There has to. What are your heating units? Your heating units.
Those are vents, Those are vents.
Huh?
Those are vents, and the heating units would be in the basement.
But you have to have some type of heating element to heat the whole thing. Yes, they're vents, but the gas has to come in somewhere.
But wouldn't that all be at the basement?
Usually from the bottom.
Yeah. They wouldn't run the gas all the way up through the building, right?
No, they don't run the line all the way up. They run the vent.
Well, what about the timed explosion?
Yeah, the timing of the explosions is what we're talking about right now. That was the picture I had up. I'm going to put up another one here in a second. Here,
it depends on where they put the boilers. They could put them on the lower levels and then just vent the heat up. So,
or
that's what I would.
Or they have boilers on every 5 floors, because of how many floors they have.
Yeah, it all depends on how they built the mechanics.
Oh, that's right. Bruce is a contractor. How would that work, Bruce? You're a contractor.
Well, I mean, you got to go when those things were built, and New York is kind of its own thing with their construction codes. So, I mean, out here,
how would it be built here?
I mean, I built a 17-story out here, no comparison. But I mean, it had natural gas going all the way up, and the heating systems were up on the roof, the boilers and all that crap.
Right.
So yeah, they do run gas all the way up. I just don't know when a building that high.
Yeah, if the systems are on the roof, they would.
Yeah, but I mean, if the building that high, they can't pump it so far, so they've got to put stations mid points of the building. Otherwise, it would be impossible to transfer that heat up and down. So they've got to have multiple mechanical systems throughout the building, staged at different floors because they're going to go up or down a certain degree before it becomes, not a functionable system. Can't pump it that far without having big monster fans and all that crap. So conceivably, they could have had mechanical rooms. I mean, when I build a building, we have electrical rooms on every floor. They could have a boiler system on every 4 or 5 floors, So theoretically, they could have natural gas going up, and that's what could be blowing up.
Yeah.
But, steel is typically, back in those days, they sprayed it with asbestos for fire, right?
Right.
So it is kind of weird, but I don't think the structural systems that they used back then are the same as what we use now. But building standard codes, California builds to a rigid system because we got earthquakes out here.
Right.
New York doesn't have earthquakes. They wouldn't build to the same rigid system that we build out here.
Right.
So
no.
Yeah, because like some of the conspiracy theories talk about how the elevator shafts were closed like weeks before this happened, and which meant that during the weekends, which meant that there was no cameras, no security on, So they're saying people could have came in there and set up those explosions during the weekends when they thought they knew they could get away with it. And I forget the name of it. Where is it? What's the name of that explosive stuff? Terminite?
Yeah.
Terminite? Is that what it's called, by Bruce?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Because they said they found somebody did some test on there on the dust particles and found iron, which is like something they shouldn't have found or something like that. I don't know. Steel structures and towers melted, causing the collapse in a way they did. Devices getting the building. Some believe that the debris placed in key points in the building prior to the attack. Some of those elevator shafts were closed for months in the advance. Some of the elevators powers in the entire building complex 1 or 2 weekends before the event, meaning all the surveillance cameras were turned off, which is kind of odd. I mean, I don't know if this is just
there's a lot of odd things that there's a lot of stories like the whole Pentagon thing. There was supposedly like over $1 trillion that was missing from the budget.
Yeah.
And the part of the Pentagon that got hit was held the records or something like that.
Yeah, there's also some people that talk about some of the financial records that were in those buildings.
The Pentagon too, yeah. And supposedly the amount, they said there was something about like the amount of insurance that was on the towers, like either like it was astronomical.
Yeah.
And I think it might have even been like redone like not long before that.
Yeah. And then this is the one that really gets me laughing. This is the one that says they believe that the pilots that piloted those aircrafts didn't have control, that it was actually being remotely controlled by someone else.
What?
Yeah, that's the one that made me laugh. I was just like, what?
Who were those people fighting when there was cell phone and everything in on the plane that went down?
Yeah.
Well, no, they were piloting them.
They were piloting them. They were saying that those planes were not piloted by those individuals, but they were being remotely controlled by somebody else.
No.
Well, how did they go down in Pennsylvania then?
Yeah.
Right.
That's the one that got me tripped out.
How come that one crashed when they took the foreign pilot out?
Because he was too busy playing Call of Duty and he forgot what he was doing, and he went back and he's like, "Oh shit, I got to crash this plane." Oh,
yeah, he crashed it way short.
Yeah, that one made me laugh. There are so many of them, dude. I didn't dig in deep today and yesterday, and I was just like, some of these just blow me away. Now, the only one that honestly has some play is the oil one. That's the only one, and it's the only one that kind of makes sense. It's just like, why did we go into Iraq? Iraq had nothing to do with any of this.
Oil.
They had no. We know it's the oil. They had no ties to Al Qaeda. They had no ties to Bin Laden, none whatsoever. They weren't even supporting. They were terrorists.
Why do you think they lit them on fire?
Yeah.
Oh, so here's the whole main theory behind all this stuff. Is the United States has tons of oil and gas.
Well, we got plenty.
No, we tried that for the last year.
All right, but wait, there's more to it.
Yeah.
The idea is to drain the Middle East, because all the Middle East has is oil. If they can drain the Middle East, then there's nothing there left for the Middle East.
Right. Nothing. Exactly. Olives.
Right. Everybody comes to the U.S.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing about the insurance stuff is like you do have to reassess like your buildings every so many years. Yeah,
are you checking the structure of your home right now, Brian?
Hey, the Illuminatis are coming.
Don't say the Illuminati. Don't say the Illuminati. They're always listening. I think Mike's Illuminati. Are you Illuminati, Mike?
Brian, the aliens are coming, Brian.
You're a 33. What does the 33 mean? Something I forget what it means. What's the 33 mean, Bob?
33.
In Illuminati. realm?
I have no idea.
The 33 plateau or something like that.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Brian's going to get abducted here in a minute. I'm waiting for the beam of light to come by and suck him up.
Google it, Brian. What does the 33 mean in Illuminati? I can do that too, Brian. What does the 33 mean, Brian? Brian, are you listening?
It is first to Bavarian Illuminati.
Got the other Masons. I'm thinking Masons. I got the Masons and Illuminati mixed up.
Yeah.
The 33 is something to do with the Masons.
Where'd you come up with 33 from?
It means something to Masons. The
Freemasonry and the number 33 is one of the handful of mysterious numbers that evoke certain sense of mystical and to some diabolical experience.
Brian, shut those fucking lights off.
I'm working on it.
All right.
I had to look at something for you because you asked.
I'll be right back.
All right. Go. Don't discuss anything with the Illuminati, Bob.
You went out?
Bob's like, fuck, I need a beer for this shit. It's getting deep over there. Brian, I am going to fly to fucking North Dakota and kick your ass. Shut the damn lights off, dude.
Well, my roommate decided to reset my smart lights.
Jesus criminy.
This is like dunk a co-host.
Well, there's some famous people that are belong to the Masons.
Who
isn't Jay-Z one? Isn't Jay-Z a Mason?
It's assumed.
No, he is.
I don't know.
I think he is a Mason. He's
No,
like
I
at the
think
highest.
they say he's. I thought they said he's Illuminati.
Is he Illuminati? Like he's like really high up there.
They believe. I think a lot of people believe that a lot of rich people in Hollywood are part of the Illuminati.
I thought that he's tied with them. Like he's like way up there. I think it's Mason. I think he's like the 33 plateau. He's like that's the highest you can get as far as the Masons. And
I think because they all do. A lot of them do the, or supposedly do the whole 666 thing, and they talk about. There's other Hollywood people that talk about how certain people like have tried to get them to join. And they reference it in their music and stuff like that, and talk about how certain people are part of the Illuminati. But yeah, there's a lot of people that believe a lot of prominent people in Hollywood and the music industry are part of it.
And Jay-Z, and I'm starting to spell Illuminati, and it comes up Jay-Z, Lucifer's lyrics.
Right. Well, the thing with 33 is Jesus was 33 years old when he was crucified on the cross. Islamic prayer beads are generally arranged from 3 sets of 33. The second level of heaven in Buddhism is named Turism, which is numerical, meaning 33. Divine name Elohim appears 33 times in the history of creation. There are 33 deities in the Vedic.
Don't even try. I'll beat you up.
And how it came associated with Freemason is basically came down to Sovereign Grand Commander of the Southern U.S. Judicial Jurisdiction of the Scottish Rite.
Go.
So yeah, quick background.
He's Illuminati. Jay-Z's Illuminati. What do you think? Would you join one of those? Would you join Illuminati?
Oh yeah.
Would you be a Mason? Tim, would you join the Mason?
Whatever.
Whatever.
No, I'm joking. I don't know. I mean, what's the end result?
It's gonna make you rich. It makes you rich. I don't know.
They're gonna sell me whatever they want. It's like a pampered chef party. It's a pampered chef party. Yeah, come join the Illuminatis. We'll give you candles.
It's like the Elks Club, huh? Come join, hang out.
Or you could be a clamper.
A clamper.
Clamper?
clamp. I think
Clamp on.
easy. I
Clamp on.
think Mike's a clamper.
I am not a clamper. You're fucking stupid.
Clamper or
Mike said don't even start that shit with me.
I thought you joined.
No, you're done. You're done.
I did not join the clampers.
Oh, I thought you did.
No.
You clamper, Bob?
Go. Bye-bye.
I'm not a clamper.
You're not a clamper?
No, I don't see Bob doing that.
I actually catered one of their dinners. Pretty weird.
Yeah, they're party people.
Yeah, they are.
They're just into doing some weird shit.
Yeah, they kind of toned it down though, because back in the '90s they were bad.
Harley, come on, Harley.
Oh, dude, the '80s they were bad.
Harley's turn.
Yeah, the '80s.
Dude, I have buddies that they made them do like some gay stuff. And I was
Oh
just
yeah,
like,
no. I would the party
cool.
that I catered. The party that I catered, they made those guys hold a hot dog between the cheeks of their ass the whole time. They couldn't drop it.
Go.
Mm-hmm.
And I was just like sitting there going, "What the fuck am I getting myself into today, dude?" I'm just looking around, guys with fucking foot-long hot dogs stuck in between the cheeks of their ass, and they can't let it drop. It's for the whole party.
For being a bunch of rough rednecks, they sure like do a lot of gay stuff.
And then after all that, they drove down to 132 at Ranch and had this big steak dinner. I forget what that place is out there.
Maze Ranch or the
go bed.
It's the big ranch that has steak. They had
Maze
food.
Ranch. Yeah.
Yeah. But they all hung out. Most of the initiation was on McHenry, and then that little bar that was on 132. And I can't remember the name of that little bar. It's a little shithole on the wall that's just right there on the left-hand side if you're heading towards the Bay Area. I can't remember the name of that. I don't know.
That big Mapes Ranch out there.
Yeah, that's where they used to have their steak dinner at the end. But they would all hang out at this little bar and get hammered off their asses at that. And it was right there on 132. And I want to say, I don't know if I want to say if it was right before or right next to the gas station on the left-hand side.
Yeah, it's a little hole wall right there.
Yeah, and they would get hammered there, and they would torture those guys there. They'd make them go down McHenry and do all this crazy shit, go into stores, do all this nonsense. Oh, the hot dogs were frozen, too. They were frozen hot dogs stuck in between the cheeks of their ass, and they had to keep it there for hours. What? Yeah, I was like, you poor bastard. I don't know if I want to join any fucking club that I have to stick a frozen hot dog in the cheeks of my ass for a fucking hour. I don't think so.
I had a buddy, his name was Mike Rubicava. Every guy he ever had, he signed up to join. When they got out to LaGrange for the big party, he would hide these guys in the beer trucks so nobody would screw with them all day until it was time to do the initiation. Then he'd pull them out. But so my buddy Kenny hid in the beer truck for 7 hours.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, I seen that. And then they were trying. It was funny because after the catering job was done, they asked me if I wanted to join, and I was like, "Fuck no, you don't want to be part of your group." And they're known as a badass group. I mean, they do a lot of good for the area. I won't say anything bad about it. They do a lot of stuff for the kids in the area and for homeless stuff and stuff like that. But man, they are a rowdy bunch of guys. I don't know if they're still the same way today as they were in the 80s and 90s, but I think they
a lot of the guys now, dude. It's just a bunch
correctness has changed the clampers.
Yeah.
They're just, I'm telling you, like a lot of guys that I knew that went in, it was just a bunch of young guys wanting to get drunk and a bunch of degenerates, to be honest.
Yeah. Because that organization goes way back. That goes back, I think, somewhere in the Midwest, right? I don't think it's a California thing.
In the 80s and 90s, it was like the guys actually did do like community service bullshit. But a lot of the guys I knew, they weren't doing no fucking community service.
They're just going to the parties.
They were just going out there to party and shit.
But basically what the organization does, it's in charge of all the landmarks, the historical landmarks you see around the valley.
Right.
That's what they collect dues and pay for, really, or all the historical landmarks.
Yeah. Yeah. I for some reason I want to say Missouri, Bob. I think that group came.
No, those were the bald knobbers.
Which ones?
Those were the bald knobbers.
I can't remember. Clampers. I know it's some. I thought it came
They
from
were bald
somewhere.
knobbers.
What the fuck?
Yeah,
Well, and the
my
bald
buddies tried
knobbers
to get me
were
to
obviously
join.
with the KKK.
Yeah.
They tried to get me to join, and I told them no.
I'm surprised you didn't go for it.
Fuck no, dude. I'm really. You think I'm the type of guy to let other grown men fuck with me for a day?
No.
Make fun of me and make me wear a fucking Daisy Dukes and get all and
Yeah,
like,
they had
make me go in a mud pit and scream at me all day and act like I'm their bitch. Yeah, go fuck yourself.
They had guys dressed in. They told them to go get their wives' clothing. They were running around with bras and dresses on.
Stupid.
In the back
some of the guys I knew, they had to wear tutus and shit, and they would fuck with them and make them get on their knees and act like they're like a beer bottle's a dick and drink from it. Like, fuck you, dude.
Well, in the 80s, it was worse.
I'm not doing no weird shit like that.
Was that Clampers?
Yeah, the Clampers.
That's the Clampers, dude. They do some weird shit.
In the 80s,
I wouldn't join. I haven't joined any clubs. I mean, I have a golf club I play in, but we don't have initiation of golf.
You don't have no. You got to stick the golf ball anywhere strange, Bob.
Bruce, you're ex-military, right? Were you in the military or no?
Just looked like I was.
He looks like
he just looked like it. He looks like he was.
Doesn't he? Doesn't Bruce look like that guy that would just be sitting there yelling at some poor sap? Fucking, I told you so.
No, it's just funny because he looks like a guy that lives around the corner from me that I know is ex-military because he has that military haircut. He's an older guy, has a military haircut, and he's always in like camo pants and like a tan shirt. And I could just tell by the way his hair's cut and the way he stands and everything.
I get. A lot of people think I'm either military or ex-police. So
ex-police, yeah, you got that police look.
Yeah. You definitely have both. Yeah, definitely military.
You're double trouble, Bruce. You're double trouble.
I go down to Mexico and I get all these veterans. I get out here. I'm walking down the street and I'll see a guy in camo pants and he'll wait. Hey, you a vet? You know, and he'll slide go. Yeah, okay.
Let's go for it.
Yeah. It's easier to do that than just agree with the guy, you know.
Okay,
but I won't.
So it was Tim that had the background music.
I won't sit there and go. You know, if I'm with a vet or something, I'm not
Tim is just munching over there.
Anything else like that. Because I respect those guys. That's a tough job, man.
I was trying to figure out who had the background music going on. I'm pretty sure it was Tim.
Was it?
Rock.
I muted it. I muted it.
No, I heard it in my headphones.
Yeah, but we were talking over it, so it should be fine.
Yeah. I heard him. Well, the reason I asked is I actually got up and looked outside and walked out my hallway because my roommate plays rock band, and so I was like looking at him and like trying to figure out if it was him playing a song or like the headphones like maybe turning into whatever cross-feeding whatever.
Yeah. That's okay. Since the liberals gone, let's go ahead and go into this one because Bob didn't get to get his thoughts out on this one.
Jesus. Hey, I figured our earlier talk actually tied into that.
All right.
It kind of did.
Yeah,
go ahead, Bob.
It did. It kind of flowed right into that.
Yeah. Go ahead, Bob.
Thanks to Mike, it floated right into it.
Right?
Hey, I just speak facts.
Yeah. Go ahead, Bob.
What's the question?
We're the 2020
What's the
election.
question?
Who is our?
Oh, that was definitely rigged. That was rigged.
From the get-go, it was rigged.
No. You have 6 states that Trump was ahead on. They all stopped counting ballots, and mysteriously they started counting the next day. And then you have affidavits from people who say they saw people deliver truckloads of ballots and Biden. You know, well, here, all right, look, Michigan earlier this week invalidated 177,000 non-voters. Biden won by 154,000. Why'd they do it now?
Because it means nothing anymore.
It was rigged.
Yeah, and let's not forget about Georgia having the mysterious flood right at the perfect moment to shut it all down.
Plus the guy in Pennsylvania who testified, I brought ballots in from New York City in my mail truck to Philadelphia so I could count them for Biden.
Well, here's the problem. Here's the problem. Trump's not a true Republican.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
He's not a politician. So
he's not a politician.
He did the Republican Party.
Would
rather get him out and let the Democrats sit for 4 years than let him do another 4 years.
Yeah.
Yep.
So it was a power push by both parties to get him out.
Yeah.
Yep. If the Republicans actually liked him,
because he's not a party player.
Why?
He's not a party line guy. He's never been a party line guy. He's never been a party, especially.
So he's a pariah.
What he's saying.
Yeah, especially that he came from the Democratic side to start out with. I mean, he was Trump
that
was
wasn't what it is.
It's actually
super. It's super simple.
It's super simple.
Yeah.
They both didn't like him. It's the deep state, the rhinos, the guys that have been there for a long time.
Because he was trying to drain kicked him out.
He was not about. They all have their own game. They both. That's why no high level politician's ever been put in jail. Nope. Because they all get their money, and when they're in power, they do their things.
And they put their kids all over the place.
Happens overseas.
The whole family.
They funnel money. They get rich.
Oh yeah.
But they all do it. Yep. So they just don't talk about it.
He's the only one. He's the only one to come out of his office for them when he went in.
We do this, so we just don't talk about it.
Yeah.
But Trump wasn't about that. He was like, America first. We're not doing all this overseas bullshit. We're not letting them send stuff here for free. Yep. We can sustain ourselves. We can be oil efficient. We can be energy efficient.
Yep.
It's about us. He didn't give a shit about making money.
Or China.
He's already rich.
Or the trade deficit. Fix that shit, all that crap.
Well, all he wanted to do was fix the country. He didn't give a shit about nothing else. He wasn't trying to get rich. He lost half of his net worth being president.
Yeah. The one sign, hold on, Brian. The one sign was for me was when we were doing the show. We were doing the live election thing and seeing Pennsylvania. That's the one that really made me open my eyes. Before Georgia, before Wisconsin, and before all the other ones, that gap that he made up in Pennsylvania, supposedly with all the votes that were in and how many were still left, and to beat Trump by that number didn't add up. The math did not fucking add up.
What was it, John? Me, you, and Mike that night, I think it was?
Yeah.
It's all three of us. And we sat there like pretty much all night, like watching everything and all that stuff. And like, I even talked about this on like our live thing that we did, is that I looked at the candidates and like what their policies were before I voted. And the one thing that stuck to me was the two things I go for is gun regulation and vapor regulation. And gun regulation, Biden had a horrible policy on, so I would not vote for him for it. Yeah. But the thing is, though, like, people hated Trump so bad that they voted against him, not knowing what the policies were. And if you look into like the states and stuff, like how they voted, and you watch like as we were talking about like the people and stuff, like how the votes came in, it was kind of steady. All of a sudden, they're just spikes. Yeah. And where those spikes came in, I don't know why or what from, but it felt a little odd. It didn't feel like a normal flow to me.
It didn't look natural.
Right.
Yeah.
The thing was, if the Republicans actually liked him, they wouldn't have let the Democrats do what they did.
Yeah. Let Bob talk. Go ahead, Bob.
Okay, so I watched the election that night. I was watching the Fox News, and when they were doing Michigan, the Fox News guys, he basically said, look, with 95% counted, there's not enough Democratic votes for Biden to win Michigan. But he did.
Yeah.
And the thing that's messed up, too, is if Biden ran all these states, right, he won all those 6 states, how come they lost seats in the House?
Yeah.
They lost almost every seat.
Every seat.
Every Congress seat they lost.
Yeah.
Because they were only going after the presidency. They didn't think they were going to lose the House, so they didn't concentrate their vote fixing.
So the thing is, you're telling me that almost the whole country voted
because they had a lot of ballots coming in with just presidents on
red, except for the presidency, and there's so many anomalies. Like he lost like in all these other counties.
he did worse. So Biden supposedly got more votes than Obama, and
well, I like it.
He and Hillary,
Yeah.
But he lost in all like hundreds of counties that they won.
Yeah.
But he only won in the specific it was like 50 specific counties that he won.
Yeah.
That he got more than. But all the other ones he got less.
I kind of like California. 5 minutes after the polls closed,
we were laughing about
Biden the winner.
We were laughing about that on the show.
It's 5 minutes after the polls closed, I go, how cocky confident are they in this fucking state?
Well,
really?
we all kind of knew where it was going to go in California. California's kind of a given. They could call that state the second that it goes into election.
But
they can
you
call
sit there
it.
and you look at the counties, all right, and there are more red counties than there are blue counties in California.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Especially in population,
especially in the central and up.
When they did the election, they had Stanislaus County as a blue county. I'm sorry, all these little towns that had Trump rallies had thousands and thousands upon Trump cars. You never saw a Biden rally at all.
Never.
And Biden
I saw some signs out on the lawn, but that was about it. But
there's a lot of people that believe that he won California too.
This is the first year. I'll be honest with you. I don't know if my family wants me to disclose this information, but this is the first election that my family actually voted red. This is the first one in many since Reagan.
Wow.
Because my family growing up, they came to this country. They came to Philadelphia. Philadelphia has always been a primary fucking Democratic state. They're immigrants. They tend to go to that direction. But this is the first year that everybody in my family voted for Trump.
Well, I was a union electrician.
Except your cousin Joe.
The unions
voted for Biden.
Democrat.
Joe's a son of a bitch.
The unions are always Democrat. But did you know that? Did you see a lot of the big unions came out and supported Trump?
Did Joe tell you?
And a lot of them that came out in support of Biden are right now stubbing their toe because they just got 11,000 freaking jobs just wiped out. They were all union jobs on the pipeline.
Joe didn't vote for Biden.
Yes, he did.
Son of a bitch! He's no longer related to me ever. Joe.
That's the thing about it is a lot of people switched sides over to the red side, the Republican side, because Trump really was just for the country. They saw
the big picture. That's
what he cared about.
And if you think about
he didn't give a shit about everything going on everywhere else in the world. He just cared about America.
These people get left, and it's like you can't even talk to them. You can't hold a conversation. They just get.
You already heard it tonight.
Yeah. If you look at that generation that did vote for him, like my parents' generation that voted for Trump for the first time, voted Republican. The reason they did that is because they felt like this was somebody that was actually doing something for the people of this country. Yep. That's because they grew up in that thing where Democrats did do that at one time. They did support the people of this country, but they haven't done that for years.
They were called the Working Party, but
they've gone
away from that.
Yeah, they're more corporate. I got shit for saying it, but they are more corporate than the Republicans are to this day. Way more corporate than the Republicans are today.
Yeah,
and for dude, it takes a lot. I don't know. I never really asked my parents or my relatives why they voted for Ronald Reagan. I don't know. It could have been because it was Ronald Reagan. I don't know. Could have been for their policies. I have no idea. But I know why they voted for Trump because they've told me. It's because what he's done. They saw the numbers. The numbers don't lie. Unemployment down. People of color working more. Finally a president that says to the rest of the world, fuck you. We're going to take care of ourselves first. And this is what they grew up on. And now, they got go ahead, Bob.
Can we just debunk one myth that really pisses me off?
Hit it.
When they say all the rich Republicans, you realize the richest people in the United States are Democrats, right?
Yeah.
Bill Gates, Warren Buffett, George Soros. Mark Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos, all these fucking billionaires, they're Democrats.
They're Democrats.
So how come you got Democrats saying rich people are bad, but they're richer than the Republicans are?
Yeah.
And people buy that shit up.
They eat it up.
Corporate America is Democrats, but they want to believe it's Republicans and the rich man is bad. But the richest people in the U.S. are Democrats.
Are Democrats. I don't know I don't know what to tell people anymore. Just get ready. Put your seatbelt on and get ready for the fucking ride of your life. That's all I'm saying.
Well, the thing is all I gotta say for them is be careful what you wish for.
Yeah.
That's
you like how all of a sudden Jeff Bezos, did you see that whole thing how they're voting on the Amazon workers are trying to vote on the union?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Well, he's also trying to put in regulation about gun regulation too, very quickly.
And they didn't want. He said that he didn't want it to be. They said they couldn't do mail-in voting because it could be messed with.
Yeah.
I saw that.
All of a sudden, mail-in voting can be tampered
we don't
with.
trust mail-in voting.
That's what was so screwed up about this election.
Don't forget the cocksucker Newsom now. Look at his little deal. I want all those.
Same thing.
I want them all validated.
For the recall because
I want them validated.
It's not tampered with. So we can check signatures and do all that shit, but for our presidential election,
it doesn't. No. You don't even need a license.
Mail-in voting because it can't be tampered with. That's the whole. If you want to do absentee in Democrats were just like, we've done mail-in voting forever. No, we do absentee voting. That is completely different than mail-in voting. You have to prove you actually sign up for that. You don't just get a ballot sent to you just because. And that's the problem. And they're saying, we have to have a license to drive on the road, but we shouldn't have to have an ID to vote.
To vote, no. Fuck, anybody can come off the street and just vote.
Yep. Well, exactly. I bought 2 pistols this week, and I had to go down and get my license and take the test and all this. And I had, because I don't have a real ID, I had to go home and get my birth certificate. So I've got to have all this information to buy a gun, but you don't have to. But you don't need any information. How fucked up is that?
Yeah.
So, I've got a sweet deal on a .357 revolver. It's nice.
I thought the California the real ID didn't go into effect till next year. They're still making you push that now.
October, but
that's the feds.
If you go buy a gun, you got to have a real ID because your driver's license says there are restrictions.
Okay.
Well, Bob, did you mail in your last one?
Mail in me my ballot?
No, your ID, your driver's license. Did you renew it by the mail last time?
Oh, I did. And that's why I don't have the real ID.
Okay, you have to go in person
to get the real ID.
Yeah, you have to. So I don't have a real ID, but my ID doesn't have restrictions because I actually went in person to get it. People get it through if you get it through the mail.
Right.
Yeah, if you get it through the mail, you can't even get on the military.
I have a real ID.
Right. I didn't have my Social Security card with me, so I couldn't get a real ID.
Yeah.
I've got to go back with my Social Security card.
You need your Social Security card and your original birth certificate.
And then also for CDL, you need an
address
for your house. Bills for your house.
Proof of residence.
I got my passport.
Brought my mortgage payment.
I wasn't too worried about getting.
So you have to do all that to get a gun, but you don't.
Oh yeah,
but you don't have to have.
You go through a 10-day wait when they do the background check.
Tim's loaded, dude. Tim's loaded.
Yeah, I know. I think I'm next Friday.
That's what you get. That's what you get when you drink a whole bottle of wine, Tim. Rookie.
Yeah.
Rookie.
Yeah, no, I pick up my guns.
Rookie.
So.
No.
Nah. You gotta have bread. You gotta have bread and salami when you're drinking a glass of wine. When you're drinking a bottle, he's gone.
Well, Oh no, where do you faded out? Faded to black.
That was quick.
He's passed out.
I've had 2 of these and like probably like a 6-pack still so far. So
yeah, I was drinking Fireball playing golf. So yeah, I had 3 of those golfing, and then we had 5 Fireball shots. So.
Well, Bruce hasn't had a thing yet. I haven't seen him drink a single thing yet. So
Coffee.
Well, that doesn't count here. Come on.
Coffee.
Huh?
Coffee. Well,
I think Mike's drinking at the bar.
Yeah, Bob,
I'm trying to get this girl from Stockton to come down tonight, so I have to be functional.
Make sure she brings her overnight bag. It's kind of late, Bruce. It's 10:15.
If she comes over, I'm sure she'll have the overnight bag.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's 10:15. She's bringing an overnight bag. She ain't driving back to Stockton.
Yeah, she's flirting.
There you go. Tell her you're on a big time talk show right now. If you come, she could be on the show.
Oh no, she's 42 and a hell of a looker, but
oh damn. Look, Mike goes up and you go down.
But she ain't here yet, so I'm not counting my.
See, Mike, you're taking all the 50-year-olds away from fucking Bruce, you son of a bitch.
I'm getting younger.
He's getting younger. We're gonna see on next week's show. Bruce is gonna have some 23-year-old sitting next to him.
No,
you can't pay for them to sit on your lap.
I actually have my age gap set at 40. So
you got to set at 40. You got to set at 40.
I am not sitting on your lap.
I don't think Bruce wants you sitting on his lap, man.
No, it ain't gonna work for me.
I mean, okay, I will. If you pay for my flight down there, I will sit.
No, God.
And enjoy the show with you next to you, but I will not be on your lap.
It ain't gonna happen.
Yeah,
Bruce, I was going for a free trip to California. Come on now.
Bruce is swiping right, baby.
You don't see it, but because I obviously mine is set lower. My bottom is set lower than 40. Like there's actually women on here. Like I just scrolled past one who's currently pregnant.
Oh damn, that's like a present.
So I've got the ones that they got the husband, and the husband gets to approve.
At least if they're pregnant, at least A, they put out, and B, they're willing to put out more.
They put out,
and B, they can't get pregnant by me.
Well, see, yes, absolutely.
Knock her up again.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, you're not. You could be hitting that kid's forehead.
I had a girlfriend. I had a girlfriend who was like that. Who I found out she was pregnant when we started dating. She was like a month or 2 pregnant. I didn't know it. It was not from mine.
Oh,
you told us.
Yeah, and I'm like, well, whatever. And she's like, no, I'm fine. So I finally figured out why. And I'm like, oh, well, whatever. So the sex ramped up after that. So I'm like, I don't care. It's whatever.
Yeah. You could have produced twins.
Nah, it wasn't gonna happen. Yeah. She actually grew up, bought a block or 2 from my grandma actually, and me and her are still friends, and we still talk here to this day. And her kid and my daughter are about the same age.
That kid's gonna have dreams later on in his life that somebody kept poking him in the forehead.
Yeah, poking him in the forehead.
Right?
Something kept poking me in the forehead when I was in the womb. I keep having these dreams. Something keeps hitting me in the forehead. Oh shit! Any other conspiracy theories you guys want to talk about before we?
I think maybe next week we could talk about the Mandela effect. Actually, I actually really like that.
Yeah, we could do that one.
I actually think it's a good one. It could take a little while, but I think it's fun.
We could do that one, and I was thinking about doing some. We'll get your guys' thoughts on this, but I talked about it. But like urban legends, Mike, you have any urban legends? I can't think of any from Modesto. I know there's 1 or 2 that are out here. I just can't remember them.
Well, up here there's not a whole lot. I know there was last I knew, this was like 10 years ago. There was supposed to be this big kegger party at an abandoned insane asylum, about an hour north of here.
Yeah.
But there's nothing registered around that. There's no party that I know of that actually took place of that.
Yeah.
But I was told about it like by 6 different people that night that this is going to happen.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, what the shit?
You know any urban legends, Bob?
What about Bigfoot?
Back when I was a kid, back in northern Arkansas, there was like their equivalent of Bigfoot. It was called the Boggy Creek Monster.
Oh shit! See, it could get pretty interesting too, talking about urban legends. Bruce, you got any urban legends?
So legend of Boggy Creek.
I like a cat, Bob.
You have
Thank you.
No, I've actually been backpacking in Bigfoot country up in the Iskews.
Yeah.
What about the Loch Ness monster?
Oh God,
I haven't been over there.
No, but I want like urban legends from our areas. Do you? You don't have any
area?
from
Oh yeah,
Stockton?
well you know the East Bay.
Yeah.
You know Niles Canyon.
Niles Canyon.
Yeah, there's the Niles Canyon ghost.
Oh no shit! See, I want to hear those stories.
I think I've heard of that.
The lady in white that's been on the road there.
We went to the Byron Hotel. We took Frank out there.
Oh yeah, that's another one, the Byron Hotel. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been out there a bunch of times.
Did you freak him out or what?
No, there was one time we actually did take off running. It was me and Brandon and this one girl, and we all heard like a voice at the same time, because you got to remember this hotel is super old brick, like 3-4 story building, and when the best time to go is when it's a full moon, because then there's light, and it was really weird. We walked in the front, up the stairs, walked in the front door, and we're about 20 feet into the building, and we all stopped and turned at each other and looked at each other at the same time. And we're like, did you hear that? And then we all just took off running.
Because it
was weird, dude. Because we all stopped at the same point. Like all of us were like, whoa. It wasn't like one person. All three of us were like, wait, what the shit?
So I mean, I had something when I was a kid growing up, and we lived in this house in Rolling Hills, right? And my sister and I was the older, my sister was a year younger, and we shared a bedroom, up in the house. We were, pre-elementary, and stuff. And I used to always tell my mom the house was haunted. And she was, what do you mean? I said, I would wake up and I would see, because we had the overhead mechanical ducts are built in the wall, right? And I would see this mechanical duct literally telescope out.
Oh,
right?
shit.
And always hover above my sister's bed, right? And I'd be telling my mom and dad about it, and they just go, oh, no, like they would tape it up and all that crap, and it would still come out, right?
Oh, dude.
Right? So one night it came out and go to my sister's bed, and I jumped off my bed and I grabbed hold of that thing, and it tossed me around, turned the bed over, all that other crap.
Shit.
Around. The commotion came in, parents came in, it crawled back up the ceiling, the tape mark like that. The bedroom room was all tore up. And the parents were mad at me because they thought I did it, and I'm trying to explain to them, no, I attacked this thing, and it threw me all over the room and threw the bed around and all that shit,
It was the rubber ducky.
We moved out of the house.
Fuck that, dude. Fuck that shit, dude.
So was it real or was it my imagination? I don't know. But we did move out of that house really pretty quick.
Well, I have mine, and this stuff. I've had like encounters with fucking ghost stuff, but it was like 2:30 in the morning, almost 3. It was almost 3:00 in the morning. I was doing some shit, and I walked into the bathroom. I come out of the bathroom, and in the corner of our living room, there's a globe, and it's one of those globes that spins, right? It spins when you plug it in and you turn it on, and it spins. So I come out of the bathroom and it catches the corner of my eye. This fucking thing is spinning. And I'm thinking, what the fuck? And then the first thing I thought was Aiden plugged it in and, it was just spinning, right? So I go over there to go unplug it and the motherfucker's unplugged, right? So I'm like, okay. So I throw the cord down and I turn around to walk away and it starts spinning again. So I'm like, what the fuck is going on? So I turn around and I go back and I put my hands on the globe to stop it from spinning. So now this thing's pissed that I'm holding it. So it starts shaking. I let go of this fucking thing, and dude, I ran out of the fucking house as fast as I could. And I stood outside. Dude, I was tripping out. Everybody's like, oh, it's an earthquake. I go, no. Yeah, no. And the thing is, you know how Italians are. So this thing is next to
your mom had to bless the house the next day.
Dude, yeah, she blessed the house, dude.
Call the priest.
Yeah, of course she did.
There's
she got out the oil and everything.
Oh yeah. Well, see, there's like Italians like to hang pictures of everyone that has passed away. So like in that corner are all the pictures of my grandparents. So my mom's trying to say, "Oh, it was your grandmother trying to tell you something." I go, "Well, she didn't need to do it that way. She could have wrote it down on a piece of paper. She didn't need to scare my ass away." But yeah, that freaked me out, man. I couldn't be in this house for a long time by myself because of that, dude. I was just like, that was the fucking. But hearing fucking Bruce's story, fuck that shit, dude. That physically moved you? No, no fucking way, dude. I would have been like, fuck no. Poltergeist.
I'd be scared shitless.
No, I mean, it flipped the bed over and everything else again. My sister was she woke up and she verified the whole thing. She said she saw it, saw me riding this thing, get kicked all over the room and stuff. But they, they didn't believe us. But we didn't stay in the house much long after that.
Fucking Bob, listen to Bob. Get out. Get out. Get out of my house. We should do that. We should do.
Yeah, I had
what?
Go ahead, Bob.
Up in Sonora, the Sonora Inn. People have said that they've seen an old cowboy walk in the hallways, and he's a ghost.
Yeah, that'd be trippy, man.
They have up there like Sonora and Twainhart and stuff. Some of the older towns, and even over here, Modesto and Port of Grayson and all that stuff. They actually have groups that
Grayson.
They do those walks and tours and stuff like that. And you got the whole ghost hunter people come out with the tools and the little measuring things. And I have a cousin of mine. Was it cousin? Yeah, cousin of mine. And she was doing YouTube videos. Her and her fiance would actually go around to different areas and do a whole YouTube video where they were like ghost hunting.
Yeah, fuck that shit, dude. I'm not looking for them, dude. I mean, if they find me, that's one thing, but I'm not going out looking for them.
They were going out looking for that crap and then YouTube and the video of it and stuff like that, But
yeah, it's just like back in the 80s. Everybody wanted to fucking party at cemeteries. I was like, why do you guys want to fucking party at a cemetery for, dude? It's just like it made no fucking. I'm just like, why?
Listen, I used to smoke a lot of weed at cemeteries, all right?
Even that.
We did that stuff.
Far worse than drinking at a cemetery.
Well, look.
Why they watch the horror movies? Nothing good happens in a cemetery.
Well,
right?
fuck. I mean, look how many generations it skipped. Mike says he's done it too. So fuck, it's still going, dude.
We used to do that. Me and Brandon used to do that.
We
went to a cemetery up in. So it's I think it's in Pittsburgh, the city over there by Brentwood. There's like a mine, like the mines. There's like it's like a tour you can go take, and I think it's like government land or something like that. But it was a mine. Well, we snuck onto it because supposedly up in the hills over there, there's an old cemetery, but it's like they don't like even take care of it anymore because it's like way up in the hills, and there was supposedly a witch that was buried there.
Oh, fuck that.
And we went and snuck by this place and climbed up these hills and we found the cemetery and we found the witch's grave.
Oh, fuck that.
But was the witch there?
The witch wasn't there, but the grave was on one of my old phones. I still have a picture of my two cousins standing next to the grave.
Smoking a joint.
No, we weren't smoking a smoking a joint.
When I was very little, I used to live in this like 2-story house in my hometown, and it was like a 3-bedroom, like 2.5 bath, and like all the bedrooms on top, kitchen, dining room, living room on the bottom, all that stuff. And anyways, up top, and like you go down straight, and then you kind of come down to a 9-degree turn to your left for like 2 steps, and they take another 9-degree turn to your other left to go down to the main area, right? Well, me and my sister apparently we woke up. We both woke up early in the morning, like 1-ish or so, maybe like 2, we'll walk downstairs together. She was behind me, and I had my hand on like the top like stairwell like stoop
The
type thing.
rail.
The rail. And I put my hand on there. My sister's hand was below mine, and I felt another hand on top of mine.
Fuck
and
you,
it wasn't
man.
hers, and it wasn't anybody else's. And we don't know why we woke up. We don't know why we went downstairs. We just screamed and went back upstairs. We had no clue what the hell just happened.
Yeah, no,
And we could not sleep. Like, that was the weirdest thing that's ever happened to me. And I was the one that felt it. My sister actually felt like something on her arm downstairs. We had no clue what it was.
Fuck that.
Nothing. No, it was the weirdest thing I've ever been through.
Fuck that.
We were like, I was like, what, maybe in kindergarten, maybe type thing, like 6 to 8 years old max. Yeah, it was the weirdest thing ever. I couldn't tell you what happened.
Fuck that shit.
Within a year, a year later, we actually ended up moving out of the house. But yeah,
I'm gonna guess we all believe in ghosts in this whole panel, right?
Yeah.
Spirits.
Oh, yeah. Well, I believe in demonic spirits. I don't know if I'd say ghosts, but
just demonic. So they're all evil to you. Then there's no good ghosts. There's no Caspers.
No, I don't think so.
I was just gonna say that.
I don't know about all that, but I mean, I don't know, but I've experienced.
Like, you experience phenomena, demonic. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if like what I went through with the globe thing was demonic, but it could be like my mom was saying.
I'm not saying everything is demonic. I'm just saying from what I've experienced.
Well, if they say the longer they're here, the more evil they are.
Well, here's the thing: is like if you're like any sort of religion whatsoever, and you meet a ghost, you have to believe in something else, some other power besides what you're believing in, right? Yeah. So to me, like that kind of extends quite a bit, a few things, a bit. Like you're believing in something else that you don't know that's there. You felt it, you were there, everything else, but it's whatever. But the thing is, though, is like you cannot disagree with somebody who's been through something like that, some sort of like differential being, some sort of differential feeling, nerves, all that stuff. You can't disagree with that, but you also can't like take like a feeling of a religion and put them together. You just can't do that. You need it's one or the other.
Yeah. Did you have any marks, Bruce?
Why?
Huh?
Did you have any marks on you?
I don't.
I don't remember. I think I did. I think I had a fat lip and.
Fuck that.
Well, yeah, he got thrown around the room.
That's why I was wondering if he had any marks on him, dude. Because that's like the parents. That's what sets off parents. It's like, did he hit you? Do you have any marks?
I'm not even in kindergarten yet, but I've turned the bed over. How's that happen?
Yeah, you're not able to. Yeah, you couldn't have done it. You couldn't have physically done any of that stuff.
Is that why they believed you? Because you couldn't physically do it?
Yeah. It's like they thought somebody would in the room, but it's like I said, no, it was the duck.
Did you ever do any research on that property?
No, I don't even remember. I remember the city was in, but I don't remember the street or what the house.
Oh, dude, that would be awesome. That'd be awesome.
And the funny thing is that the parents didn't really talk much about that house. I mean, we moved from there all the way to Campbell, California. So we moved from like South San Francisco all the way to Campbell.
And you never talked to them about it after the fact, like when you got older.
I did, and my they would acknowledge that something had happened, but they didn't go into a whole lot of detail about.
They were freaked out. Yeah, they were freaked out, especially if you were in South San Francisco, you're talking about an old home.
They didn't see it. They heard my story, but they were suspicious about what was going on in the house.
Yeah, because South San Francisco, you're talking about an old
home. You're up there by the freaking, it's the biggest graveyard there is in
Coma, California.
Was there other things going on besides that, Bruce?
I don't know. There might have been it for them. Well, all right. In that house, supposedly I died.
Oh, wow.
In that same house.
Fuck this shit. You're giving me goosebumps right now.
What do you mean you died?
I literally... My dad was at a class. My mom was home. my dad had just walked in the door, and my mom got up because she had this cold feeling that just came over.
The moon landing.
And so she just beelined to the bedroom, just this cold feeling. And she went there and started screaming. My dad had just come in from the garage, and I was like not breathing.
Whoa.
So, back then they didn't know CPR or anything like that. So they called, emergency. Well, they didn't have, I don't think they had 911 back then. Well, the ambulance driver happened to be a buddy of my dad's. So he broke every speed limit, traffic violation, whatever he could do to get me down to the hospital, right? Well, by the time they got me to the hospital, and I guess I got revived, but gone again, revived, gone again. And then they got me to the hospital. My grandmother was there already, and the doc says, no, he's gone. And my grandmother says, he's not. And he kept pulling the sheet off. And then he goes, no, he's gone. And he kept pulling the sheet off. Well, they kept working on me.
What the fuck, Bruce? You're freaking the fuck out of me right now.
So technically, from what they told me, I was actually clinically dead 3 or 4 times.
Son of a.
I don't remember any of it.
Real quick here for a sec.
Yeah, I saw that too.
Is that really Peter North?
I don't know. Could be Facebook.
Peter North. I want to know who was his favorite actress while he was doing films.
Who's Peter North?
It's an adult film star.
Oh, he was a huge porn star in the 80s.
He says he is right there.
It is YouTube though. Yeah, that's freaky. But do you? Well, obviously you don't remember any of it. How old were you? You were too young. No. I was going to ask you if you had any
clinically died.
Any out of body experiences? Do you remember?
Oh, my best wishes, fans. Thanks, Peter North.
And then I did something really weird. And I know you guys have done this stuff.
Is that really him?
So I was swimming in the pool. We're roughhousing and stuff like that. And somebody held me down too long, right? And it was like I was out of air, and I was getting held down. And I literally took a breath underwater, and I got air,
dude.
Right? And it's like, and it's not something you want to try to do, but no. I was forced to do it, and I literally took a breath underwater, and I actually got air. So it was weird. It's like I didn't have that panic, and I was able to break free and get up to the surface and stuff. But at one point, I literally had to take a breath because I was at my end of my lungs, when I was being held down.
You're a prophet.
Swimming pool.
You're a prophet.
So, weird stuff happens
to you.
Well, I mean, if you guys think back, there might be weird things that you just, you remember, like, oh shit, that was kind of odd, but you don't make a big deal out of it. Yeah. So maybe I'm Walkman too,
I'm sorry, Bruce, but I got to answer that. So I want to know, Peter North, what was Victoria Paris like, and how good was Christy Canyon at oral?
Oh God!
You know your stuff.
He knows. Fucking Bob knows.
Wait, I'm trying to look this guy up.
Well, he's
like on Facebook.
This is you on YouTube, but yeah, you can look
on
him
YouTube.
Up.
Peter North is famous for having a very big Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, very big one.
Well, I know, but I'm like, damn, this is this. How the heck did this guy find our page? What the hell?
Apparently, he was listening to the moon landing stuff.
Yeah, he was listening to the moon landing stuff.
Oh God.
Yeah, that shit.
So he's a little behind right now.
Because I've heard some really good stories, but man, yours is right there at the top. Because like I only know a few stories that I've been told that I'll save for the next show, but actual physical contact where they physically manhandled the person, and you're like one of few that I've heard. I've only known like 2 or 3 other stories that the spirits actually physically moved them.
Yeah,
like
I think we've all had the weird Ouija board experience, when everybody was kind of into that and had some freaky shit happen doing that crap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love Christy
crap.
Yeah,
you know, like you're sitting there with the Ouija board open, the light starts going on and off in the room, and
you're somebody you don't want to fucking do the Ouija board because you have some kind of connection. So if I'm ever doing a Ouija board, it's not going to be with Bruce.
I've never been on one since that time. I mean, when you're all sitting in the room and you can see both light switches, and everybody's in the room, and you can see both light switches from where you're sitting, and the lights start going on and on through. That board was 5 blocks away in a dumpster. By the time I got done with
that, never had that happen.
Yeah, mental note for all of us: we do not play with the Ouija board with Bruce.
Nope. I don't know if it was a bad spirit or good spirit, but I didn't wait to find out.
Obviously you have. I mean, I don't know, but obviously it sounds like you have some sort of tie with somebody from there.
Yeah. Well, see, as John knows, like I'm very like factual, like logical person, so like stuff like that, like. I look for a reason for shit like that. Like I look for something, and something has to have happened.
I'm looking at the 2 light switches.
Yeah, like something had to have happened. Like to me.
I mean, it could, like, from what I know, I mean, it could be even a good spirit just looking out for Bruce.
Yeah, we didn't wait around. I mean, it's like, is there a spirit here? And
basically,
show us a sign.
Yeah, basically like a guardian angel.
Get it out of the house.
see, my grandma, she was a very big spirit believer. Like not huge, but like she was like I would always believe that there was always good spirits and bad spirits. Like she told me like straight out, like there's always somebody watching over you at all times. Like that's the way she was.
Yeah.
And I never discarded it, but like to me, it's like I don't believe it as much as things used to be believed in.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm just a younger person, maybe. Who knows?
Yeah.
But I like to look at like facts and logical stuff.
Well, I think a lot like those shows, those ghost hunters, I think they kind of ruined it for a lot of people that actually do believe in that stuff because they kind of, they made it TV worthy or whatever.
Any of those girls he's talking about?
Yeah. Bruce,
he knows. Of course he knows. He knows his porn stars.
I know all those girls.
He knows his porn stars.
That's why I asked the question.
Yeah, I mean, I think that those guys kind of ruined
Vegas. Have you gone down to the Vegas convention when they have it up there?
No, but a buddy of mine did.
Yeah,
we should go.
I heard that's pretty wild.
We should go do the show from there. We should go and do the show from there.
The AVN, the Adult Video Awards.
Yeah, we do our show from there. We get a booth to all sit out there and have them interview them.
We should totally do that. Actually,
I can see Mike I can see Mike roaming around the show with his microphone. Hey, you got a second for me here?
Hey, I'm the only one that has to travel the longest ways here. Come on.
Yeah, no, but the cool part for Mike is now all the ladies from the 80s and 90s are cougars. That's right up Mike's alley.
Oh,
exactly. That's exactly the point.
Hell yeah.
Mike would be how big is too big? that'd be the question. That'd be the question. Mike would be how big is too big? Well, if it's longer than 13 inches and as thick as a soda can, I'd say it's too big.
Well, I've got a lady listening to that
guy. Yeah, Susan, we got a porn star watching tonight, Susan.
No.
That's Susan. She's Susan. Susan's in Facebook jail. She's using her other account right now.
Yeah.
Oh, Suzanne. Okay.
Yeah, Suzanne is in jail. She's in Facebook jail.
She's just got her stage name there.
Yeah.
Anita, that's awesome.
She's been a bad girl. Yeah.
That's awesome.
I never put that name together. Actually, I never read it like that. To be honest.
Yeah, you didn't look at it like that.
No, I'm like, Anita.
That doesn't ring a clue.
She loves that name.
Just didn't think of it that way. To be honest.
Yeah. You didn't look at it like that, huh?
Nope.
I kind of picked right up on that the first time I saw it.
So did I. I was like, whoa, wait a minute here.
Oh, Anita, cool. Hi, Anita. Like, that's the way I looked at it. Just let it be.
It's a great name. And I'm sure Facebook was like, is that really your name?
Oh, man.
Hey, Bruce, I think you should hire somebody to do a psychic reading of you.
No,
Yeah.
my wife was all into that crap.
Dude.
I had one. It was actually kind of funny. I was down in Mexico, Cabo, and I met this gal at the pool. She wanted to go downtown, so I said, "Yeah, I'll go down
You
with you."
literally go to downtown, right? Not
go
you
to
going,
downtown. Yeah,
oh,
so
not
leave the
you going
resort and
yeah.
go downtown and hit the
Okay.
bars there. And she was going to meet another gal at another club that was on her flight because they came up there from campus. To watch out those Canadian girls, right? So
Nope.
So I get her. We take the cab. We get down there. We meet the girlfriend and stuff.
NITA space.
We go. We're walking around the streets, going to bars and bars, and we
Didn't
go.
read it that way.
Hear some
Not
music.
at all. The entire time.
Go to one.
Brian.
Who's he talking to?
He's talking to someone.
He muted
I was talking to my roommate. Sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
So anyways, we hear some music. Go to this bar. And then we get out of the bar and it goes, "Oh, we're hungry." I said, "Let's go catch a taco truck." So we go find us, and there's some older Hispanic gals walking the street. She goes, "You guys hungry?" I go, "Yeah, we're looking for a taco place." She goes, "I got a good one over here." So she starts talking to the gal, and she's a psychic, right? I go, "Oh, this is not going to go well." So she's talking to this gal.
Never does.
She follows us into the restaurant, and I'm buying the girls tacos. We're eating, then we buy her tacos. Well, then she wants to read the girls' palms, and she's reading the girls' palms, and it's all bad news. It's like you're taking a whole mood downhill quick. Like,
she couldn't just say, great. I foresee you guys sucking on a huge object tonight.
Yeah. She was just, the girls were just playing into it. I'm thinking, oh, freaking stupid girls, So she goes, "I can do you." I go, "No, you can't." She goes, "No, I can." I go, "Okay, all right, yeah, for shits and giggles." "Oh, you have 2 kids?" "No." "You've been married twice?" "No." You were a soldier in the army?" "No." "Well, you're 0 for 3. But the girls, she was right on, according to the girls, because she's just bleeding for their information. They're just feeding into stuff like that. Well, she soured the whole night for the girls because they were like, "Oh, you're never going to find love. You're looking in the wrong place, the wrong guy." And it's like, oh, you just sucked the mood out of the whole night,
Yeah.
So, yeah, I had to put both girls, one girl, I walked out my room, my hotel, because she was in a different hotel, and one gal was in the same room I was. She goes, I said, "No, nobody's walking." I said, I chugged the cab, got them both in there, dropped the other girl off at her resort, and then drove back to my resort. But it got so weird because I'm in the front seat, the 2 girls are in the back, and Miss Mexico, bumpy roads. So I turn around, it's pitch dark, and I had my elbow on the back of the seat. I was talking to find out the girls, something like that, where a hotel was and stuff like that. Well, hit a bump, my arm slipped, right? So my arm kind of slid down the back, and I touched the knee accidentally of the gal that was at my resort. "Watch the hands, mister."
Oh, shit.
Oh, sorry, it wasn't on purpose. I hit a bump. The back of my hand was not even my palm, right? And so we dropped the other girl off, and the other girl was looking at her like, "Oh, crazy," because she didn't really know her. They just shared a flight down, right?
Yeah.
And she's giving it. What hell brought all that in, And it was obviously the bad palm reading. So I got her back to the hotel. She goes, "You don't have to walk me back to the room." I said, "Believe me." I said, "I will walk you back to near your room." I said, "Just so I'm on video camera to make sure you get in your room and I'm 20 feet away from you." We're unfortunately on the same damn floor. So I actually had to walk past my room, which I didn't tell her was my room. And then I watched her get into her room 20 feet away, and it's like, thank God she's in my room, and that was the end of it. And then I ran into her because that was my last night. And I ran into her in the hotel when I was
checking out,
heading to the bar to wait for my ride to the airport. And she comes up to me like to give me a big hug, It's like, no, back off. Here,
don't read
nice
my
to meet you. Yeah, crazy bitch.
Crazy bitch, fucking Bruce, crazy bitch.
Yeah, you got to be careful with that shit.
Oh yeah. Oh, and then I ran into the other gal actually at the airport that was out with us that night, and so she sees me at the airport, and she's waiting for her flight, different airlines, and she goes, "Hi, Bruce, how was it?" And I go, I was great. Did you have a good time?" She goes, "I did until what's her name went like.
Fucking.
I said, you mean it wasn't just me then? She goes, no, I don't know. She just like, I said, oh yeah. I said, good thing it was my last night. I don't think I could handle another day at the resort with her. Because she was like,
it's weird because everybody's got like somebody in their family that does something like that. Like we got people that read tea leaves or tea. Like you drink the tea, then you turn the cup upside down, and then you let it sit there for a little bit, and then they turn it upside down. They can read. They can read what there he is. They can read what your future is, and I just like that stuff. Just trips me out. No. And you know, I know from experience that they like that lady. She just she looked at your presentation, the way you looked. She assumed you were in the military, so she threw out the military thing. She assumes most guys have at least 2 kids, so she threw that out there. But then again, you don't know. She might actually really thought she could read fucking palms. Who knows? Fucking. I don't want to meet any of those. Those people freak me out. Anybody that tells me they can fucking have psychic powers, that shit kind of freaks me out.
I don't fuck with none of that.
Yeah, I don't. You fucked. Who's done a Ouija board here?
Not me.
You've never done a Ouija board? You never done one either, Bruce?
Immediately, I did, and immediately threw it out after the little.
Yeah, I mean, Bob, you never done one, huh, Bob?
Nope, Bruce, don't need to.
Brian, you never done one?
Fuck all that.
Is it just because of what? I mean, it's a fucking game you can buy at a store, guys.
Right, but if you actually look at a Ouija board, like there's nothing like if you really put your hands on it, like there's always gonna be somebody else's pressure on it to make it go a certain direction. Like you can't distinguish who's doing what by that little bit of pressure, by how smooth the actual felt on there.
Yeah, but you're talking about a couple. You're talking about an inch from inch to a letter.
Right.
So
well, no, I mean if it goes up and spells letters, that's really tricky. I mean, it goes to yes, no, that's not as obvious. But when it goes up and starts trying to spell something out, that's kind of freaky.
Yeah. Right, but it's not you that's doing it though. Like it's all a subconscious thing though too. It's like you are like. You have subconscious control of the device, whether you like it or not. You can actually like help it move to where you want it to, and help it make it to spell something that you actually want it to. And the more like you start creating a letter for that, the more people like know what you're thinking about, and they'll help you actually create the letter too. That's how the board actually works.
You think it's kind of like with those trick letters where they take a sentence and they remove certain letters from the words, and then your mind automatically just assume automatically.
Even if you miss a letter or so in there,
that's trippy when I do those letters.
Yeah, right, but you and the people that are with you, because they are more than likely your friends or people who know you very, very well, will actually start putting together for you. And like, oh, I missed a letter. It's not a big deal, but it's still spelled out this and miss a vowel. Like they're not going to freak out about it.
I trip out by those little games where you see on Facebook.
I just don't believe in it.
You guys do those, Mike and Bob? You ever get those things on Facebook where they take the words and they mix them up, but your brain still puts that word together in a sentence? Oh, that's trippy to me, man. I know how it works, but it's still trippy that you don't even skip a beat. You read it just like it's written right. It's just weird how your brain works.
It's
just weird.
It's just how your mind works.
Yeah, I mean, it's trippy. But it's funny because then you go back and look at it and you're like, oh, yeah, that's misspelled. That's not even close. This word's not even close.
You out of here, Bob?
Fun, but I'm out.
All right, Bob. Don't have any wet dreams. Don't have any wet dreams about Christine Cannon.
We'll talk later about that.
Oh God.
Maybe I'll get him to come on the show. Get him come on next week. What's his name? Peter North. Yeah, hey Peter, if you would like to join the show next week and share,
pretty famous guy.
Yeah, share some of your.
That'd be crazy if we got if that's really him and we got him on to talk like get on our show. Wouldn't that be gnarly?
Yeah, DM us on the Four Nobodies Talking Sports. We do everything. If you want to join the show and talk about those wild 80 porn movies, come join us. Yeah, that's trippy, Bruce. Your thing is trippy because I only know you're the third story. You're only 3 stories I know my entire life that actually were physically moved or touched or pushed.
Like I said, unless it was some
trippy.
great imagination between the
No,
two
I
of
don't
us
think
in the
so.
room. I don't,
Yeah.
To me, it seemed like it really happened, but
Well, obviously it had to for your parents to fucking leave, dude. Just like, fuck this shit, dude. No, there's no way. There's no way. Yeah, I only know. Yeah, like I said, I've only know 2 stories up here, and one of them actually got bruising from it. That's why I wanted to ask.
I mean, I rode this thing around the room.
Yeah,
it was not happy with me jumping on it, but it got too close to my sister's bed, and big brother's protecting his little sister, and
that's trippy.
Right out of my bed, right on that thing, and it didn't like it.
Fuck! Did you even sleep in that room ever again after that night, or did you had no choice?
I don't remember much after what happened. I don't know if their parents moved us out of that thing or we sold the freaking house, but it's kind of like really vague what actually happened after that night.
I'd be sleeping on the couch. Fuck.
I think my dad actually boarded the duck up or something, if I remember right. I think he actually put like plywood across it or something.
Fuck that.
Yeah.
Fuck that shit, dude.
But it was just like a little telescoping arm. I don't know how I could make that up at that age to remember.
Yeah, I mean, fucking, and then at that age, even if you had adrenaline going, you're not going to pick up a fucking bed.
Well, I don't know what a mechanical duck looks like at 4 years old. I mean, I've never seen that. So how am I supposed to know this metal telescopy thing came out of the wall? It's like,
fuck that.
I don't know.
I'm gonna have to
a weird thing.
I'm gonna have to sleep with the rosary tonight, man. I'm gonna have to say a couple Hail Marys before I go to bed.
Jesus.
Jesus is right. Yeah, you should you should get yourself go to like a legit psychic. And then your story of you having to pass away, that's trippy too.
Yeah.
Who knows? You might have some subconscious memories of that. I don't know
what legit is on psychics because, a lot of them, they just lead you on to they work off keywords. So they'll throw key things out there to get keywords to work into it. And, obviously the one in Mexico wasn't very good at picking up on key because I wouldn't feed her information. So
you don't feed them, and then like
I said, she was starving and hunting and pecking, and she was 0 for 3. So
and then they go right. I mean, a lot of them know about statistics, so they know. Like I said, they know the average guy has 2.5 kids. So if they say
she
2,
goes,
close.
Yeah, she goes, well, you're unreadable, and I said, I could have told you that.
Yeah,
but,
bitch. I'm fucking. You should have looked at her in the eyes. You should have looked her right in the eyes and said, "I'm fucking Satan, bitch."
Well, it freaked the girls out because it's like,
Mike,
she can't read you, and it's like, well, that was another kudo for me because
that meant you weren't getting laid.
Who is this guy?
I am Satan.
Yeah.
I have a 12-inch penis shaped like a fucking Coke can.
Yep. So I'm sure that was kudos, for the girls.
Yeah, you weren't getting any that night.
I wasn't going to get anything in that way.
You weren't getting any that.
Yep. If the witch can't read them, what do we know?
Yeah. They were like, that guy's bad news, man.
Yep.
I just watched what did I watch the other night? I forgot all about that story, but you probably remember, Mike, that Asian chick when she disappeared from that hotel and she was playing around in the elevator. And they thought that she was a spirit. You don't remember that was a big internet thing?
No.
Oh, I forgot her name. Something Emily something, but you see a video of her getting in an elevator and she's like talking to nothing and she's constantly pushing buttons and she keeps stepping out of the elevator like she's talking to somebody and there's nobody there. Then she gets back in the elevator and she starts pushing all the buttons, gets back out and walks away and disappears. Nobody sees her. They can't find her for 10 days. And then she ends up in the water tower, inside the water tower of this hotel in LA. They find her like 10 days later, naked and in this tower. And like everybody on the internet went crazy trying to figure out what happened to her because this happened the same time. Remember that guy from LA that was shooting cops?
Mm-hmm.
that happened the same time. So the LAPD had to take away all their people that were working on that case to go try to find this dude. So they didn't know what happened. Yeah, Suzanne's seen it. It's a good documentary. But it is really weird. They didn't know what happened to her. They couldn't figure out what was going on. They didn't know if it was spirits or she was psycho or what was going on. But you watch this video of her stepping into the elevator and kind of like tripping out, pushing like all the buttons on the elevator. She kept getting out of the elevator and like moving her hands like she's talking to somebody, but there's nobody there. And the LAPD they couldn't deal with it, so they just said they went ahead and just posted the video on their page for people to watch, hoping that maybe somebody knew her or knew what was going on. But then the whole internet like went crazy. People were trying to figure out what happened. Yeah, she was Canadian. That's right. She's Canadian bipolar. And they couldn't figure out what the hell happened to her. And she just vanished for like 10 days. And then some couple from Europe was staying in that hotel. They were bitching about the water pressure and the way the water tasted. So the maintenance guy went up to the roof of the hotel building and opened up the water tower thing that they had above the hotel and saw her body floating in there. But they don't know how she got in there. She was naked. The lid was closed. And it was just really odd. Like, they say that she killed herself, but they're not sure if it was, how did the lid close? Why was she naked? All this other stuff, they don't know. But, basically they said that she was bipolar. She wasn't taking her medicine and she killed herself. But some people believe that, still believe that she was murdered. Somebody murdered her and put her in that water tower because she was naked. And what is that? I think they say like if you've been killed in water, you float head down. But she was the other way. She was floating facing up instead of down, which they thought was weird. I don't know. Something about how people end up killing it. Like when you drown or something like that, you usually drown face down, but she was faced up and naked. And this lid was pretty heavy and the lid was closed. She was in it. She was naked and she was floating face up. So they're just like, and then they're pissed because nobody checked the water tower. Who knows? She might've been alive still. If, who knows when she passed away, because they're saying, that hotel used a lot of water. So that water tower was constantly filling and empty. Elisa Lamb, that's her name, Elisa Lamb. So they can't understand how, she couldn't have gotten out of there if she was trying to kill herself or somebody put her in there or she was dead. Yeah, the Cecil Hotel. Thank you. Yeah, Suzanne. The Cecil.
They just did a documentary on that.
Yeah, that's her. That's about her. Yeah, that's about her. And it was huge. It was like an internet craze because everybody on the internet was trying to figure out how she died. They had people were flying into LA to kind of help the police with the video, looking at it. They were saying the timestamp didn't make sense, and on the video that it had to be somebody in the hotel. Yeah, it was a really trippy story.
Oh yeah, and then they blamed some fucking dude that wasn't even there at the time of it. Like, and he had like information and like he had like a solid alibi, but like a bunch of internet people still said it was him, and it like ruined his life.
Yeah, he tried to commit suicide, had to put himself in a fucking psychiatric home and all this other stuff. Yeah, and and no one's apologized to that guy and said, we're sorry, we didn't know it was, but yeah, the internet just went after that guy, but he didn't help himself. I mean, the video that he put out on YouTube explaining that he didn't do it was kind of odd. He put on a fucking mask. He had a bunch of fucking metal music blasting. Yeah, I mean, and he used an alternate voice, which, doesn't, I mean, if you really wanted to get the message out, you don't do it like that. You get on YouTube, you show your face.
He was kind of a different guy anyways.
Yeah, he was a different guy. He's a metalhead.
Yeah. Yeah. But like he had a solid alibi.
Yeah, he was there a year prior to
that. And he had like a passport that he was somewhere else, and
yeah, he's from Mexico. Yeah, Yeah, it was weird. It's stuff like that. When I started watching that documentary, it brought me right back to that day when everybody on the internet went nuts for this girl. They were all trying to find her. Everybody on YouTube all of a sudden became a private investigator. Like, oh no, that's not what happened. This is what happened. Look at the timestamp on the video. Doesn't make sense. There's 2 minutes missing of video. What happened in that 2 minutes? And yeah, it was clearly something was going on. It was very odd what she was doing in the elevator. It didn't seem natural. It seemed very weird. And she was literally talking to somebody that wasn't there. She kept stepping out of the elevator and talking to somebody. And then supposedly you can see a foot of somebody else's shoe in the video. It is really, really weird going back to that documentary and seeing all that stuff and remembering how everybody went nuts over that video and trying to figure out what happened to this girl. And yeah, it was just bad timing too. And then it was just like some really weird coincidences to her name and some Chinese or Japanese story about some girl dying in a well or something like that. Some haunting story. I don't know. It was just all these things kind of people took it a little too far, I think. Bruce, swipe right. Just tell her to come to the house.
Oh no, I have two of them now going. So.
See, you can have them both.
No, one's farther away. I don't even know where she's at.
Oh, that's good timing. When you're done with one, you can have the other.
The other one's a redhead.
Yeah. Yeah, it was an old movie, Susan. Yeah, something about some Chinese or Japanese lady that got stuck in a well or something like that. So they thought it was too similar to that, and it was really I think everybody wanted it to be something like ghostly, and it ended up not being ghostly, but they wanted some spirits involved or something. Like everyone assumed that she was talking to a ghost and something paranormal happened to her. But in all reality, she stopped taking her medicine, or she wasn't taking her medicine properly. She was bipolar, and she's had like instances before where she's seen people talking to people. Yeah, the whole story was crazy. I completely forgot all about it, Suzanne, until I saw the documentary, and I was like, it all flashed back to me how people spent hours and hours on YouTube analyzing this video of this girl getting in and out of this elevator and acting strange and trying to figure out what happened to her because she just vanished. Yeah, she just totally vanished. Nobody knew where she went and nothing happened. But you know what? I blame the parents because the parents, I think, should have said something prior to letting it get that crazy. I think the parents should have came on and said, hey, look, she's bipolar. She's had issues before of not taking her medicine. Before they started blaming the hotel and started blaming this dude that, ended up ruining his life. I mean, destroyed that poor guy's life. And, people were threatening to kill him. He got his Facebook page shut down. He's got his YouTube page shut down. He had companies canceling his credit cards, all kinds of stuff, dude, because they thought he was, they totally ruined his life. The internet totally destroyed this guy's life. And I mean, he tried to commit suicide. He ended up having to go to a psychiatric center. But then after all this comes out, no one's ever said, hey, dude, we're sorry. We realize it wasn't you now. And that's the whole end of the story. The end of the documentary is him saying how he feels like he got a big chunk of his life kind of destroyed because of this girl he never met, never seen. It was just coincidence. I mean, he wrote a song about a girl dying in a well about the same time that happened. So they were like, why is this guy writing a song about this girl dying in a well and all this other stuff at the same time? And then he's telling people, people were putting him at that hotel, but it wasn't for like a year prior to her being there. Yeah, it's trippy. It's trippy shit.
Crappy.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
Yeah, we're done. I'm going to end the show. Thank you, guys. We had a fun night. Mike pissed off Jennifer, which is always good.
Whatever.
All right, guys, we'll have some good topics for you guys next week. It should be fun. We're going to do urban legends and maybe something else. We'll figure it out. Hey, would you guys want to do a show on serial killers?
I can't say her name out loud because it would just be a lie. So, say Susan.
Sure. I mean, why not?
That'd be kind of trippy. We'll see. All right, guys, we're out of here. See you guys next week. Peace.
Bye, guys.